Hello everybody, welcome back to Walpooleville. Looky here, Halloween Eve. We got ourselves something very spooky here. Yes, the Dead Men of Dunharrow, the Oathbreakers, Army of the Dead, all those things. We created this flat just like we made last week's flat here, this Galadriel flat. And what was really fun is what I'm starting to be able to do now. Again, this is the advantage of using the GPTs there, is it knows that I want these sidebars to have different patterns. And holy smokes, the new patterns that I've created for Harad, for my Easterlings and stuff, and also for oh hey there Mafi, how you doing? Great to see you. Look at this, Mafi, you are literally right at the start. Hey there, Doji. Yeah, at the very start. Um, Again, this was last week's Galadriel. Actually, we got that one's primed. Here we go. Look at this. Our Dark Queen Schmaladriel. That one is already primed. Just on the off chance that we get to this or something like that, I wanted to make sure that this was primed. So everybody, please give Mafia a follow. Also, Camda, how you doing? So this was again created with my own devices here. Look at this. Our tarot cards continue to expand. Gandalf, Rivendell. Now there's Arwen, Shire, Aragorn, Minas Tirith, Prince Imrahil, Eomer, Theoden. We also have, I've got it printing right now, another, it's two different Eowens. We got Treebeard here, you've got a Balrog there. I just printed another Moria one. So we have Mafi. Oh, and look, Mafi, here's, this is one we're going to be painting on another one of our tutorial videos. Because look at that. That's what we did a couple of weeks ago on stream. So a little Trench Crusade theme. Look at this. That's oil paint right there. Even though, look at that nice shiny metal. And we'll do the same for this gent right here. So yeah, another little Trench Crusade theme. This was our very first one that we did right here. Again, that's all this stuff is homemade. Oh, and Mafi, check this out. This is also a brand new Kathy miniature right here. So I painted this one up on stream last night. I made this in Eldritch Foundry. Now, where's the original? Here we go. So this is the normal sized version. But I plus sized this one here so that we could have some fun with it. So yeah, this is a brand new Kathy figure. Also, we've got these guys here. We painted these. What was that? Was it? No, was this last Saturday? I think. Yeah, it was last Saturday. We painted these Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Looky here, we've got a little. There you got your Gollum, and you got your Gandalf the Grey, or Gumdolf and Gumli. No, that's Gumlum. Yeah, Gumli is Gimli, and then oh look at this. Here's little Sauron bear right there. Yeah. So, Mafi, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. We're just getting underway here. So great to see you there, Camda. Actually, Doji, I've got some more. I've got some more things to show you there, Doji. I think I made like 5 more images. 5 more of these things right here. I think actually, Camda, wasn't that one that you were talking about there? Was Smeagol? Yeah, I think Camda, you mentioned that Smeagol. I'm pretty sure, right, Camda? Now, we actually do have floral green out here on the palette. So there's our ghosty, look at that, very ghosty stuff going on there. And we're not going to do the pre-glaze on this one. We're going to roll with our post-glaze. So Doji, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, like always, same thing there, Camda. I know there's not a ton of folks, but if you want to share anything, please go ahead and do that. So it doesn't take much to reveal some of our texture here. Now let's start to lighten this baby up here, maybe. How about more floral green? Because why not? Let me take some more paint away. There we go. There we go. Yep, that's a working. More of that here. Actually, I think tomorrow what I'll be painting on stream is some more Army of the Dead because I've got 5 of those that are all ready to go. I never did get a chance to finish those because remember there was all the crazy weather stuff going on and it shorted that stream to like half as long as it was supposed to be. Then I could maybe do the sound run fig on Saturday or something like that. But yeah, I think we'll do because I'm not going to have a chance to prep anything between tonight and tomorrow. So I thought so, Camden. I was pretty sure that you mentioned that. Little more. There we go. A little more of this. Also up there. Now we'll do a little bit of glazy stuff going on here. Because we got tree gum, we have sour gum, we have I forget what Saruman is, but then we have legumless. Oh yeah, we have gumladriel. Yeah, there's gumladriel. Oh well, sorry about that, Camja. I don't. That's weird. That is very strange. Now we're not going to be doing it. Oh wait, timeout. It's 2D. Well, it's almost 2D, which means we got to do this. Almost forgot. Came super close to forgetting there. All right, so we'll try to keep this in mind. Oh, and here's some more again of our flats. Now we still have summer to paint here. But we already did the first 3. We did these 2 on stream, and then this was our very first video on doing flats. I can't wait to do the... oh, actually, I've got that one olive green, Camda. This one over here, this is from the Paul Rubens over here. So, Mafia, I hope that the stream was super fun. And again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. That's just some glue that got on there. Now, we'll take this here. And some of the Payne's gray. There we go. So it's a kind of a darker bluish indigo. Actually, it's indigo with the so it's phthalo indigo. I guess we're gonna thin that down even more, and that's gonna go in some of our recesses here. We definitely need that behind our King of the Dead here. I think we'll chuck some more of that over here. That'll probably be... I wouldn't be surprised if that's the next Army showcase vid. Because basically all I need is my... and I have a pretty decent-sized Army of the Dead now. And, well, guess what? The City of the Dead is pretty much... all I gotta do is put a little bit of paint on it. Because it's mostly going to be lit by those green lights. So, yeah. Let me try some more of this here. So, Doji, I know you won't be able to hang around too long. Hopefully, Doji, yeah, we were able to have some fun with the Kathy figure last night. Getting to see some of that being painted anyways. And again, that was made with Eldritch Foundry. So I really appreciate them kind of providing a tool there that lets us do stuff like that. How's about everybody also give Eridican a follow? So Erid, here's hoping there's no new Easter eggs or anything like that. Oh, look at this, Cam, to check it out. How appropriate is that, huh? Yes, that. Now we're doing themed drinks here. Yeah, we're doing themed drinks. Ah, that's fantastic there, Irid, and thank you so much. That is 4 years of Irid helping us out and being very kind and generous there. Irid, why don't you share, like always, why don't you share your Pinterest links there? That would be fabulous. Yeah, so, Doji again, why don't you maybe share some of your stuff there so that people can see that on there. Everybody check out that Pinterest link. So, Irid, everything is on tap for tomorrow, right? And Saturday, your normal Friday, Saturday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. And it's going to be more beating again, Irid, because I'm pretty sure that's what you were doing last week. Yeah, so Halloween, again, the stream tomorrow night is definitely going to be later. I mean, for obvious reasons. That's great there, Irid. That is great. Let me see what we can put in here. Let's see what we can do in our little side panels over here. So Doji, I'll try to get you images of the new ones that I did. For Harad, for Umbar, because for Umbar, these side panels here, I told it create Celtic knotwork that looks like chains and anchors. And it actually created Celtic knotwork that looks like chains and anchors. And then it did a fabulous job for Harad. It did a really nice job for the Easterlings. Now I'm going to try to make one for my Candish army. Well, see, boy, I don't know why. I don't know why you don't get to share that there, Camden, because Arid was able to. We're gonna do. Here we go. There it is. We don't usually get to do these for stuff like that, but how's about a little bit of hype train action for both Arid and for Camden on those 10-watch streaks. Also for Doji, because I'm pretty sure Doji, you're on a 10-watch streak too. So there's a little bit of hype train for everybody there. Now, of course, my brush just vamussled there, or wherever that thing went off to. That's not the one. That's not the one. Where is the one that we were using? That is not it either. That's not it either. It's around here somewhere. We'll eventually track it down. Or maybe not. Maybe we won't find it. We'll just have to use a different one. Okay, there it is. I'm gonna do the... Oh, no. Yeah, okay, we'll do this instead. We'll make this darker then. And then we'll make our Army of the Dead glowing, or we go the other way around. Maybe we'll do this, okay. I lied. We're going to do a partial glaze, pre-glaze here, maybe. There we go. Doji was able to do that. So again, appreciate everybody being here. Look at this. It even made a little undead horsey there. Yeah. That's pretty wild. I'm going to get a little bit of this out here. A little more over here. Now let's change all of this. Let's do this screen and now some Indian yellow. Let's see what that there is gonna look like. Oh yeah, there we go. That's got some warmth to it. That again, that Indian yellow, hyper translucent. Bam, there we are. So that is gonna go in here. Doji, it's it's kind of nice because, well, Doji, imagine getting to do 2D stuff, but you don't really have to draw it up. Well, you don't have to kind of guess at a composition, right, as you're putting it on there. You can just kind of go directly to painting, if that makes any sense. Instead of having to, well, obviously, kind of like we do with our drawings and stuff. Instead, you can kind of just dive right in. You're just like, all right, it's go time. We're just gonna paint again, instead of maybe having to kind of work things out. You've already got it worked out, right? It's all, it all fits. Everything works. Now, the one thing, Cam, that I still have not had any chance to look for is some kind of. Let me darken that up a little bit too. Uh, like frames for these things. Remember, I was talking about some kind of 3D printable frame. The one design that I have already, it's not necessarily really ideal for what we're trying to do. It's a little too ornate. I'm looking for something a little bit simpler that could maybe work for multiple things. Now, again, if I knew more about. Actually, wait a minute. Yeah, if there's any kind of recommendations you have, Camda, although Camda. Oh, let me try and hash this out. I can't. Words are not. I'm not doing words right now. But what if I was to go in to GPT and say, create me a frame that is proportional to these, because it's the one that's making these. And then I just put it as a heavy bas relief, right? And then go into the image and like make a really heavy texture one. So see the other doji. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder about that, Cam. I could literally make almost like my own kind of simplified shadow box that would be automatically proportional to these. I think you kind of see where I was going with that, right? Hopefully it sort of kind of vaguely makes sense. Now, should this be a darker green or a mid-range green? Let me roll with a mid-range green out here. So this is our, that is our fabulous chromium oxide green. So Doshi, yeah, chromium oxide green. Actually, Doshi, we have that chromium oxide green violet shade. Is that what we created last night, Camda? Yeah, something like that. So again, Doji, appreciate you being here. I hope that you and the little one have a fabulous Halloween. I hope everybody, of course, has a fabulous Halloween. Because, well, it's now Halloween. It is now Halloween. So happy Halloween to folks. Let me work in a little more of that over here. So I was just trying to get in some of this darker stuff. Now over here, I'm actually going to try and do some removal of paint. I do good. I do have a little teensy sponge, a little sponge down here. Doing a little bit of paint removal. Not a ton. Alright, that's good enough. Chuck you off to the side. Now, I was also thinking of, getting some of the rusty armor-ish type stuff as well going on these guys. Well, no matter what, we need this here. Alright, fine. Ooh, I almost forgot this, Doji. Start throwing out our fabulous drops of thinner on all of our stuff here so that doesn't turn all, what would you say, all gummy. Speaking of gummy bear, we have gummy paints, Gamda. Painting a Lord of the Rings gummy bears with gummy paints. So again, Doji, I hope you have a fantastic Halloween. All right, yeah, let me... That'll have to be good enough for right now. I mean, we know we want the glowy eyes, so we're doing that. This cannot be super thin, because if it is, that is not going to work. And now, I'm going to do, oops, maybe something like this here. Oh no, that's right, we wanted those to be silhouetted. Never mind, we'll just try this all again. Let's try something different here. That is a more like it. Radiant green. Well, not radiant, radiant green. So get this, Camda. One of the songs that, one of my new favorite songs, it's another for the Harad army. GPT, it liked the story so much, it said, well, how's about I create, the view from Sauron's perspective? Then I did that, and now it wants to create a third one, which is kind of like after, it's sort of like an after story type thing, the conclusion or the consequences or whatever. Nice to see you there, Recoil. Now, Recoil, on top of everything else, do you also have to, did you also have to moderate streams today? So again, Recoil, I wish that things were, well, even slightly easier. You would take that, right? Like, okay, just give me something that I can work with. Make it like 10% easier. You'd be like, okay, fine, I'll take it. Instead of like 100%, no, 300% more difficult. So everybody say hello to Rico, and also everybody send out best wishes for Mom as well. So yeah, Rico, sorry to overwhelm you with images there. It was just one of those things where I was doing exercising last night, and about every 30 seconds I would stop doing that to start a new render of something. Actually, that's what I'm going to need to do tonight is that, well, after the stream, amongst the many other things, is start doing some Army of the Dead backfill images for that video, because that's pretty much going to have to be the next one I do. It is spooky indeed. All right, Camda. That leaked over a little bit. Can I maybe just use you to get rid of that? So yeah, Recoil. Just sorry that is just get. I mean, has that been about 2.5 weeks now, or even more like 3? I mean, obviously it's been tricksy for a long time. Yeah, Recoil. Hopefully this can be a little bit of a fun, a little bit of a break there too. Yeah. Now here's some of the new. I think. Now the other thing I did was I hit these with the hair dryer, so they're all flattened out. So there's our Rivendell one now, and our Sherwins. All these nice and flat. There's our new Aragorn, our Dol Amroth. There's our Treebeard there, and I've got 4 new ones that just printed out. I've got the one for the Easterlings. Again, I don't know if I'm gonna make one for all of my Candace stuff, or if I make 3 separate ones, one for each of the kings. Nice to see you there, Arid. Yeah, it keeps trying to make us the tracks, right? Recoil. It keeps trying to derail the train to make us the tracks. Of course, trains in tunnels. I guess that's the other hazard. Is trains in tunnels. So great to see you there, Edican Game. Everybody, please give Edican Games a follow too. Now, were you also going to be streaming this weekend? I know that Arid's also going to be streaming, doing the beating and such. So again, this is our Army of the Dead flat here. Let me do this. Let me do this. Like so. I think now last year, did we continue the? I think actually, didn't we paint it? Did we paint a Balrog actually for Halloween? I think we might have actually painted a Balrog for Halloween. Era that takes a ton of work, doesn't it? And by ton of work, I mean a metric ton of work. The slightest change sets off quite the avalanche of stuff to redo, doesn't it? So again, we're just going to start working in some of our later stuff. Again, there's fluorescent stuff mixed in with this too. And we'll start getting over to some of our knot work and all that good stuff as well. See if we can start doing some stuff on our little skelly friends, our little ghosty friends out here. So yeah, it's mind-boggling now that the GPT knows that all I have to refer to is side panels, main panel, name panel, and bottom panel. I don't even have to kind of like go in and say, well, around the sides, I want this and that. I just say side panels, main panel, bottom panel, and then kind of the overall color theme. And of course, Irid, and yours is obviously you're doing a lot of, you're doing work in Blender and stuff like that. Actually, I've been trying to. Oh yeah, that's right, Irid Ken Game. So with making these, what GPT keeps wanting to do is making a script and then say, oh yeah, just put that script into Blender. It's like, well, yeah, don't know how to do that. And it's instructed. I say, all right, well, fine. You want me to do it? You tell me how to do it. And basically, the instructions were pretty useless. It hasn't been that way for that case for some of the other stuff, like our Suno stuff. Yeah, Camta, I think we may be trying to use it in just a little bit of an unusual way, right? That maybe was never intended for. It kind of seems that way, doesn't it, Ken? Oh, and again, this is nowhere near as light as what we can do. We're just kind of getting underway here. We're what, 29 minutes in. That's it. Just 29 minutes in. Now this has to be pretty darn thick. Of course, it's not too difficult to do that because what are we working with here? We're working with the radiant green. We got Windsor yellow in there. We got the fluoros. Those are all consistency-wise really thick. The fluoro stuff, it's not opaque at all, but it is also really thick when it comes to consistency. And that really does make a substantial difference. And you can see that that's way less shine. Ooh, wait a minute. Already forgot Cam to. Already forgot. See, here's our camera. So picture number 2, I think. There we go. And again, for the folks that didn't see last night, there is our Kathy figure from last night. So that was super fun. Kathy's family got to listen to the Kathy song yesterday, and again, I was not expecting Facebook to put ads on it. So if you want to see it with no ads, I've got it up on YouTube. It's just it's unlisted, so nobody even knows it there, unless I give them the link. It's kind of like a Patreon video. I think that'll probably, let's say that I don't think that'll go into the army painting showcase. Again, this might just be actually recoil. I don't think you were in when I was saying that. This might actually have to be the next army showcase vid, because of all the armies. This one, believe it or not, is the closest one that's ready for filming, because the City of the Dead is not exactly going to get a lot of fancy painting. It's mostly just going to be illuminated by green lights. Hey TBO, how you doing? Nice to see you there, TBO. Well, there's not a whole lot of snow. Given that it's 46 degrees, there's not a whole bunch of snow. So is it going to be a wintry Halloween up there, TBO? Yeah, there's definitely no snow here. Now, again, we've got that kind of nice little silhouetted Army of the Dead stuff going on there. And we're looking, again, have different colors happening here. Bluish greens, yellowish greens, more, what would you say, a little bit more dull greens? Or dull greens, I don't know. We also have this olive green over here. Let's maybe start to fool around with this a bit here. See what happens. TBL, the reason why it didn't seem the least bit unusual to me is because years ago when I was a kid, we were down in St. Louis. That's what, 5.5, 6 hours south of here, and it was Halloween, and there was like 6 inches of snow. So that's when you said, how much snow do you have? I'm like, well, guess what? It snowed on Halloween 2 years ago, TBL. I know, because they were laying the foundation of the new garage. Yeah, they were laying the foundation, and it was snowing while they were doing that. So yeah, TBO, when you said that, I'm like, well, right now there's none, but there could be. That would not be out of the realm of possibilities by any stretch of imagination. Again, you see this is kind of much duller, much dimmer gray right here. Kind of grayish green. Nowhere near as intense as some of these other ones. And keep in mind, we can get a whole bunch lighter than this. And by a whole bunch, I mean a ton. I'm going to start to do a little bit of something here to start picking up some of that texture. I'm still waiting for some of these things. You can see the shiny in there. Gotta wait for that stuff to subside before we can really start fooling around with that. Recoil, I gotta say, the ability to kind of make songs based on sort of what's happening to us on a daily basis, that's kind of handy. I have to say that there's been days where I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna make me a song about this. Yeah, see, look at this. It's just set enough so I can start doing this. And we're trying to make this with the over-under, right? Because we still want to have actual knot work there. And let's see, we got this little, almost like a little gargoyle type face over here. Now, actually, recoil, I think it's time to make one tonight. I'll see what I can conjure up after the stream there. Now, I actually have to film a video after the stream because I didn't get a chance to film it yesterday, didn't get a chance to film it today. Camden, do you also have you have the Ruin? I think the last one should be Ruin, right? So my Easterlings. Now for that one, Camden, I actually gave it pictures of all my Easterling buildings. So that's why it incorporated the blue and the red, because I gave it pictures of my Easterlings. Oh yeah, Camda. So those are for the videos. So I don't know if you noticed, Camda. There's like it starts out as really dark, and then you kind of see more of his face, and then you finally see like all of the flamey stuff. That's so I can make one of those animations, Camda. So generally, what you want is a before and an after shot. So yeah, I made those according to kind of the songs that I already have made. And I'd start to lighten up some of the helmets, some of this here, and again, this is kind of a dingy green here. Now we have to go strong with some of our darks here. Let's take this. I might have to get some more Mathalo green out there. Might even just I do have Perline black. Maybe we'll get some of that out there too. But this we couldn't do all of this with the glazy stuff, but I didn't necessarily want this all to be completely dark here. I wanted some variations. Now I kind of by default have some there. So yeah, Cam, to all of those are, and I think I might have sent you the Umbar ones. Yeah, so that's for the black ships of Umbar. Obviously, are now that unfortunately for Umbar, I got a bunch of terrain to paint. I've got more Umbar ships to paint, and then I got to put the rigging on those things. So yeah, that one's not going to happen anytime soon, unfortunately. Now we're going to get a little bit more dark in here where we've got these guys. We need some more dark behind them. Work that all the way down into there. Some stuff on the cloak here. Now, how's about this? Oh, yeah, Van Dyke Brown. Our green and Van Dyke Brown. So now we're sort of getting into like a sap green, hooker's green kind of stuff here. Yeah, it can't all just be lighter, mid-tones later. We have to get some darker stuff here. There we go. now it's starting to carve out some shapes here. Maybe, yeah, a little bit more of this to be darker here where that cloak is. And again, Cam, I don't know if you had a chance to post any of your stuff in the chat there. You want to do that, please feel like you can do that. I try to get some darker stuff here on the, again, more of the almost Van Dyke brown here. Oops, that kind of went over his eye there. That wasn't supposed to happen. Whatevs. We'll work on it. We'll make that what it needs to be. But check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Everybody, please give Camda a follow. Trying to work some heftier darks here into the little eyes of our ghosties on the sides here. Okay, they got that. More of that there. How's about some more of this? More dark over there. I might start throwing in some dark over here as well. Some of these guys further in the background, maybe. Yeah. And now some of our, hopefully our foreground guys start to stand out a bit. But yeah, it now understands main panel, name plate, side panels, bottom panel. So those four, what would you say, those four parameters or those four aspects of the design, it now kind of understands those. Ooh, here's something, Camda. I haven't tried this. We're going to take, this is our chromium oxide with some of our sky blue from Paul Rubens. Well, that's an interesting, that's very opaque. It's also very turquoise. That's going to go in here. So Irid, I'm just, well, I don't want to jinx nothing, Irid. No, I'm not going to say nothing. Yeah, I was just about to say something that would have been very unwise. Yes, I'm not going to jinx anything. I'll keep my mouth shut. If I had said this, you would have been like, no, 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 for all that's green and good in this world, don't say anything. Don't say anything. It would almost be like being a hasty hobbit there, Camda. Now all of a sudden I want ham. Now I did make another, oh yeah, I did make another one of the dump cakes last night. This time I used German chocolate cake instead of the red velvet cake. So that was different. Except it kind of tasted the same. I have to say there was not a big difference between the German chocolate cake and the red velvet cake because they're both, well, chocolate. Let me see what we got here. TBL, actually, I used it to create, well, of course, again, our fabulous, I think I still got the original image here somewhere. Where is it? Is it here? I think I still got it somewhere. Where'd that go? Ah, here it is. So yeah, that's the thing that I made in the GPTs there. Now it took several, that was like 13 different iterations or so. But as you can see, it made something that was very printable there. So yeah, Arid, clearly somebody wants ham in this house. I blame the hobbits, Arid. I blame the hobbits because they probably wanted a nice ham. Yep, I'm going to blame the hobbits for it because that's what you do. Now, can you see that we are changing this? So that was kind of that very kind of sickly green. Now we got more of a bluish turquoise green here. Don't be a hasty ham. I'm not quite sure we can change that, but yeah, don't be a hasty hamder right there. Whoops, there we go. Let's get down to it. There we go. So Valfera, I have a whole bunch of new pictures to show you. We've got a new Harad flat. I've already printed out an Umbar flat. And a couple of, well, another new Eowyn flat has been printed out. So yeah, we've got tons more Lord of the Rings flats. I'll be printing out more after the stream. I was also creating some Dol Amroth screens because we got at least 2 Dol Amroth videos to do. Yeah, we're just gonna say Hamda from now on. So that's Hamda's new name is Hamda. Yeah, just blame the little guys, right, Arid? Everybody blames the little guys. So great to see you there, Valfera. Valfera, ooh, it's getting closer and closer to game time. I would imagine, Valfera, that they're going bonkers down there in Nashville. That's got to be a big deal there. Now, College Game Day was already there this last Saturday, so I don't think they're going to be there again tomorrow. Yeah, okay, we're going to go with, let's start maybe doing some of our lighter borders. Ooh, picture time. Picture time. Let's not forget that here. Picture time. There we go. So that's just plain ham there. No sides, no potatoes. Yeah, no taters, no yams. Either that or we, well, and then next we'll say, oh, if we want sweet potato, that's something I haven't had in a long time. I have not had sweet potatoes in a long time. We need yamdas. Yeah, so ham solo is that's just plain old ham, no extras. Thanks, Phil, for this. I'll also have to paint the small one. Oh, and actually, I got to see if I can make a bust out of this. I believe the way it works, right, recoil, is I'll just have to start over from scratch. There's no way I can just kind of like have this figure up there and then it's like, oh, here, let's make a bust out of it. I mean, I can put that theory to the test, but I'm pretty sure that, yeah, I'm going to have to start all over again from scratch. But I think the faster we get with it, or the more we use it, the faster we get with it. Now, actually, Valfera, I might have to try that. Actually, Arid, have you ever put cinnamon on a sweet potato? I've never done that, but I don't know. Somehow I could swear that that is kind of part of a recipe of some kind. Putting cinnamon in with the sweet tater. Well, it can be very chewy, right, Camda? There's no doubt about it. It can be chewy. Let's get these. Try to just work on these lines here. Yeah, what was? Oh yeah, those waffles, right, Valfera? Yeah, the not rum waffles. So recoil, yeah, some of the strategies, right? Start a new chat, or I always try to say I need a brand new whatever. But it certainly does remember, like you say, recoil from one chat to the next. And which is why the Shire one, again, I ended up with a line of Rohan cavalry around the party tree, charging towards the party tree, basically. Yeah, we had to do a little bit of a changeola on that. And then, of course, when I did the Corsairs of Umbar, it did a fantastic design. Absolutely loved every part of it, except the bottom panel was the Fellowship. Like pirate versions of the Fellowship. So, well, needless to say, that was not exactly what I was looking for. The other design wasn't bad, but it definitely was not as good as that one. No, I've tried that Camda. I have definitely tried. Out of desperation, I tried that once. I might have used a few more colorful metaphors, Camda, in describing that. Just maybe. Yeah, might have used some sterner language there. Now I'm going to try and get me against some more of our mid-range green here in that. And we can still go, I mean, again, tons lighter. This is maybe a light-ish middle tone. Yeah, that's about what this is here. So what are we? We're 52 minutes in. 52 minutes in, and now we're starting to get a little more, what would you say, a little bit more into the details there. Just a little bit more. And now again, I don't know if at Camden you've ever experienced that thing where you're making enough. Sometimes it only takes 2 iterations of something when it goes all grainy. And it basically says, well, I just basically had a conniption there because we're working from the same image or certain texture. I guess, or certain color combo, something that's really dark, maybe, or something that does have just naturally a lot of texture to it. It will kind of not do so well on those. I'm going to try something that's got a little bit more of the yellowish green up here on these little knotwork patterns. Oh, it also messed up the Moria one too. It was the knotwork exactly the way I wanted it to be. It was very much an angular type of knotwork that you typically see with all the dwarven stuff. Recoil, I don't know if you were in the chat earlier, but Camden and I, we were talking about those frames. And one of the things I wondered, Recoil, is should I just go into GPT and try to make a very simple, basically shadow box slash frame for these, which it would just be another bas relief thing. And at least GPT would make it exactly to the aspect ratio of these things. Because again, I have some frames already, but they're not the same aspect ratio as this. I got those frames as shadow boxes for miniatures, so that would be adapted to the frame, whereas I can't really adapt this to the frame. So I need the frames to be adapted to these things. Yeah, we can still get lighter than this, but we're not doing that just yet. And remember, we're trying to do this over and under thing here. Now, of course, this knotwork it's kind of funny because it's drawing this knotwork the way I would. Now, when Kathy did her Celtic knotwork, it was exactly the way it was supposed to be. So when she did a zoomorph, it was done the way it should be, Mine was, shall we say, we fudged the margins quite a bit. Yeah, it was more like schmott work instead of Celtic knot work, and they were more like schmomorphs instead of zoomorphs. So TBO, yeah, I've got, since I do, well, hundreds of things in GPT every day. Yeah, I've got the subscription to it. Yeah, between the and actually Recoil, I have to send you the song that now sadly it sang the title. It wasn't the biggest disaster ever. I mean, maybe I can try and strip that out of there and do a new fade or whatever. That would be kind of wild, wouldn't it, Recoil? If I mean, I guess I would want to avoid too much design. Oh, actually, Recoil. What if the frames had just a little bit of elven writing in them? You know, a little bit of from the ring itself. Oh, well, there you go, Recoil. That would bind them all together. See what I did there? If the frame had had this on it, and when it could be, we could paint it up as gold too. All the frames we paint them up as fiery gold or something like that. That might be interesting. And again, in TBO, if you wanted to share anything in chat, I don't know if you already did, but yeah, you wanted to share something in chat, please go ahead. I think Camda, you already, or Hamda, you already did that. No, I'm going to change that back. Where's my, yeah, we'll just use this. Whatever. Everybody check out that link that TBO Hobbies just posted. So thanks for doing that, TBO. Appreciate that. Yeah, I wondered. I mean, it wouldn't be too hard to try. I'm thinking I would want at least a half an inch around it, maybe. Or do we do just like 3/8 of an inch? He was totally hamming it up, like you say there, Velfira. Oh, actually, I don't know if folks saw, but Conquest Creations, I think their next Patreon thing is going to be all the other stuff for the Ring of Isengard. So right now, you've got the tower and you've got the ring around it, the fortress walls. Well, his new stuff this coming month, it's going to be all of the war machines on the inside. I think there's even like the mud pool where they grew the urukai. Do you think it's possible, Recoil, that we could do, crazy as this sounds, a bas relief of like oryx emerging from the mud pit like they did in the movies? Now, Rico, I'm gonna have to use settings like you used on your one Space Marine there, for sure, to get like extra depth on it. So now wait, picture time, picture time. Let's do. It's gonna be really important at these, I think, early stages here to record what it is we're doing. There we go. So, what are the two most hazardous things to the human species? Easter eggs and mustard. Yeah, it's very dangerous. Very dangerous. So yeah, recoil because you had so much depth to the texture there in your Space Marine one. Oh, here we go. We have not used any of our Naples yet. Ooh, look at this. That is gonna be a really weird sickly. Actually, this is like a Nurgle yellow. That's what I'm gonna call this. This is Nurgle yellow. This is Windsor yellow. No, no, no. This is fluorescent yellow and Naples yellow together. That's Nurgle yellow right there. Woof. That's a nasty yellow. Now recoil. When you were in image to STL, what was your setting at? Because I don't know if you saw the video. I'm going as low as like 0.20 or something like that. Now I'm working at 0.35 and 0.36. Because when I first saw it, at even just at the 3.9, like the default setting, it looked like it was way too heavy of a texture. But I don't know. Maybe I need to start thinking about that kind of that level of recess or extrusion. Yeah, maybe I should say that level of extrusion. I think so. I think so, Velfera. I believe that Iridican Wife would agree about that. Yeah, Rico, that's I use the high, and you set the smoothing thing like I do too, right? I think that's in options. So tools is kind of the main thing. Then you have that second thing, which is options, and that one I went in and set smooth on the one bar on the right hand side, and then enable smoothing on the left hand bar too. Do we? Whoops, that's a little too thick right there. We don't want that to get too thick. So yeah, we got ourselves some Nurgle yellow right here that we're using. It's funny, Velfair. I was just about to do a film noir because we have to do a film noir with all these different greens. But first, this guy. Now I still got to find my the horizontal version of the autocorrect. I thought I found all of my original graphics of him, but as it turns out, yeah, I think well, who knows? Maybe I rework that a little bit again. And again, this is nowhere near our lightest light in any way, shape, or form. We can certainly get lighter than this. Now, we hyped it up here, Valfera. Hopefully we can deliver, right? A lot of this should just be almost like no... Yeah, look at that. So no kind of like intense yellowy green up here. No cool greens there. No warm greens. I'll try and do this slow. You can see it right about now. Right about now. Let's go all the rest of the way up here. There we go. So yeah, there's a difference there, and we're gonna go even further with the phthalo green and maybe even the sky blue to go even more turquoise. Or do we just break out? What is that? Our cobalt teal bluish. Yeah, we don't want to pull the longhorns there, right, Valfera? So Valfera, have you noticed? Because now they, for whatever reason, they only played that commercial maybe once. All the games that were on last weekend, I don't know what was going on there. But have you noticed that there's no players featured in Fansville, at least so far? What are they, like 4 episodes in, maybe 5 episodes in, Valfera? And there are no featured players. No player wants to be on Fansville. They don't want the Fansville curse. Yeah, you thought the Madden curse was intense? Yeah, try the Fansville curse. That's real nasty. Now I'm going to have to unfortunately hold this upside down so I can get it this here. Just sorry about that. We're just for a little bit here we're going to have this upside down so I can do this line over here. Now this also happens to be the last of the STL files that GPT made successfully. Yeah, this is the last one. After that, I just gave up because there was absolutely no point. Again, it makes files that look really good, but that are all messed up and actually are garbage. They do not work. So that, hence the image to stl.com. That's why we use that. So yeah, recoil. That's I think the main thing you're using is tools. And then underneath tools, there's 3 bars, and the middle one is the options. So go to options, and that's where you can turn on the smoothing. And again, there's 2. Well, you can see it in the video recoil. Yeah, just watch the. And it's not the longest video ever. Yeah, if you catch that, you'll see what it is that I'm talking about there. So there it is. It's image to stl.com. Now it only does reliefs. Yeah, you can't do miniatures or anything like that. But that's in theory where you could take, well, basically any 2D image and turn that into a bas relief. So yeah, recoil. Cover that in the video. I definitely covered that in the video. Now, I sent you that message saying don't set it to 24 like I was in the conjecturing in the video. That actually doesn't really work very well. I think what it does is it flattens out your texture because and the other thing too is when I bring him into whatchamacallit now at setting him at 12 inches with that higher density, they're pretty much, once I hit that thing where it says resize or something like that, I don't have to resize it myself. It just basically resizes it almost to the perfect size for printing, which is really wild. Don't know what's going on there, but yeah. So Irid, it's a little bit, can be a little bit trickier than that because, again, it depends on how grainy or good your image is. The other thing, it does advise you make a height map first, and that's something you would do in GPT, is just take your image in there and say, make me a height map of this. And again, you are going to want that JPEG or whatever to have a whole a lot of detail on it. So Irid, you can just try. There's nothing that says you can't just try doing it the simple way. Just take an image in there. If it doesn't work the way you want it to, no big deal. It doesn't have to be a total success right out the gate there. You just never know what you're gonna get, Irid. Here, actually, let me get a picture of this here first. Let me snap a picture of this. There. And let me get rid of this thing and grab these. So you never know, like with Gandalf here, that's really, really, really recessed. With Rivendell here, because there wasn't a lot of contrast here, you can see there's also not a lot of depth there. Now here, you can see with Arwen, look at the hair is really, really, it's recessed almost to the point where there was nothing to print on the other side. This was not too bad, but again, now your little hobbits is, because they were shadowy, they're actually severely recessed. Same thing with Aragorn here. This one, not too shabby. Dol Amroth worked out really well because, again, there was enough contrast, but not too much. Eomer worked out well. Uh, Now here, there wasn't a whole lot of contrast, so you can see there's not much texture there. Now here, there was a ton of texture, and you can see there's, the Balrog is set very deep. What do we got here? Okay, that's this green. That would be this green here. I'm going to start maybe getting maybe some glowy eyes is there. Let's start doing some more stuff on our little sidebar guys over here. Touch more light here on some like the helmets is here. Oh, he's gonna have to get some more of that dark in there too, I see. Again, we'll let some of that mix. So Irid, basically it turns this into a black and white image. Because you saw what happened in film noir, right? Where all of a sudden the contrast was looking very different. When there was no warm green versus cool greens. So when you make a height map, essentially it's creating a truer, essentially, what's higher, what's lower. It's creating a truer version of that, as opposed to it just kind of interprets in a random way. Because a lot of the whatchamacallit, the Lord of the, sorry, no, what were they, our Rohan stuff had lots of reds in it, lots of burgundies, and well, Terra Rosa. And then there were other parts, obviously being Rohan, that had green. And that all of a sudden, that was a massive contrast just in color as opposed to just value. So it's more than just a black and white there, Irid. Again, that you can go into GPT and you can say create a height map of this. There's also other things I believe online. Actually, I think image to STL might do it also. You might be able to actually create your height map in image to STL. Again, I'm not 100% sure on that because I haven't tried to do it. But yes, you might just be able to make your height map there. Nope, that's got to have more of our blue. So let's not, again, I don't want to be using the same color everywhere. I'm just trying to do a few areas with it. And then we move on and we get another color, whether it's got more blue in it or whatever. I'm going to try and get me a little bit more of that now. Let me do this here. Yeah, so no more autocorrect, right? Right, Velfira. I think you can see these are starting to emerge just a wee bit. Now, there's my blue again. That will mix with some of our radiant green here. I'm going to get some more of that blue in some of our Army of the Dead here. These guys are little teensy dudes up here. Now, technically, these guys shouldn't be recessed like this. Yeah, they shouldn't actually be recessed like that. I mean, it's everything is a learning experience, right, Camden? We're just kind of we're trying to just figure this stuff out on the fly here. I mean, it's like with our oil paint stuff, right? We're not doing anything like what we were doing even a year ago, much less 5 years ago. There's been all kinds of changes in that. And that's just one of those things you have to kind of be willing to do is sort of roll with stuff and say, well, okay, maybe there is another way to approach this or that or whatever. Now, this is a chainmail, and I might try to do some rusty stuff on this as well. Let's start doing a little bit of a texture on the chainmail here. Yeah, like so. Alright, yeah, and then we'll let that get all the way down to here. Is there, no, that's his, kind of like his cloak over there, I think. So there's all kinds of different greens here. There's this is like the coolest green that we're throwing out here. And then other places you can see a much warmer green by comparison. We'll probably be going back in with more of our dark. Now, where's that? Ah, here it is. This is kind of that crazy sickly green. I'm going to throw even more of our white into that. I mean, it's really, really, really grayed down. And again, down at the bottom of the screen, I got some reference images there. You can kind of see what the original looked like. So you can kind of see, Arid, right, how the eyes are raised because they're like one of the lightest things. This and the eyes are the two lightest things. The darker stuff gets, obviously, the more recessed it becomes. And that's not necessarily exactly what you want to have, is something like where all of the darks are just super recessed, like you saw on their Arwen, where that was way more recessed than I would have wanted it to be. I would have wanted like half of that at most. But again, those are the lessons that you learn. Where we are, we're over here again. Let me see what we're doing on his face. Right now, I'm gonna see what happens when I just use, this is just, whoops. I might have to degum some of our colors out there on the palette by throwing, so especially our fluoro there, and then I'm just gonna kind of chuck in some little dots of thinner out here. Okay, that just landed in the Indian yellow. That was not quite supposed to do that. Now let me brighten up this a little bit here. And that's almost going to be a, let me see if we can kind of semi get away with a little bit of dry brushy stuff here. Now I need to maybe get some more paint on that brush. Let me attack it from this angle here. now they're really getting close to the lightest we can possibly go here. That is almost straight up white. We're breaking this down here. Let's really go strong on these eyes. Like that. Maybe start to lighten up the beard even a little more. The hair too, I guess. Mustachio there. See about some later things on the chainmail here. So we are, what, about an hour and a half into this now? Yeah, about an hour and a half in. His helmet might need a little more light there. He'll have to get some more darks. Missing those. Again, kind of doing a green slash Van Dyke brown mix for that. Try this up here. So yeah, you might have to play with a few settings here and there, and I'm still learning exactly what that thing can do. Well, and also what it can't do. Because there are definitely limitations to it. But again, it's free and it works pretty fast, right? Recoil. I mean, it may not be instantaneous, but it certainly doesn't. Well, yeah, I've had GPT take several minutes, if not, waiting 15, 20 only to find out that it just didn't do whatever. Yeah, again, just kind of give yourself a little bit of leeway to kind of work with it, figure it out, see what it can actually do. Now you can see we're kind of going a little bit brighter on him up there. Why? Because, well, I mean, he is sort of the focal point, so we might want to have him be relatively light. Nah, that's not quite doing what we need it to. I'll just take some of that away then. Now, we'll take, actually, you want some of this, maybe. So that is our chromium oxide green mixed with some of the Mars yellow deep there. Putting a little more of the Mars yellow deep in that. Now again, that is going to be less of a cool green. Warm green. The cool green recedes. That's the other reason why we're playing the warm and cool game there. Throw a little bit of the sky blue in here. It's not just to darken that down, but to also cool that off a little. I need to, you know what? Let me try this. Nope. Let me try that now. That might just be right. Up here. What is that? That maybe should be more of a recess. So the height map STL site makes a STL height map. And that's where I think sometimes recoil GPT gets confused, because initially it used to just understand, oh yeah, I want a height map, this type of height map, but now I think it gets confused. For whatever reason, it went from, again, making exactly what we needed to suddenly not making what we needed. That, you know what, that probably needs to be a little lighter there on the, well, base, if you want to call it that. Working, yeah, a little bit more this here. Back to it here. All right. That might have been a little later than what I wanted on the other side of his head there. I'm not so sure just yet. Gonna start playing around with some more of a knot work. And again, we want that knot work to have that kind of over and under, over and under. Now, I have to say, you know, the last couple of like these ones that I just made today, the Umbar one, the was it the Harad one, the one for my Easterlings, none of those, I didn't make height maps for any of it. I am still not sure that, at least an image to STL anyway, is it really better to have the height map? Does it even matter at all? I still have not actually seen. There was a bit of a visual difference. Again, if you look at the video that I filmed, there seemed to be a visual difference between one that was done from a height map and one that was not. But that's only something that really is going to reveal itself over time as I do more printing tests instead of just looking at stuff in a slicer, which is not exactly the easiest way to see, well, anything. Oh, and again, all of these, the files that I have made that I've been printing here, those will be available to the folks on the Patreon page. I'm creating, building up a Dropbox folder with the files in there. So folks that are signed up to the Patreon page, they will be able to just basically get those and print those. Yeah, I don't really want to be doing a whole bunch of my mini factory stuff or whatever. Don't really want to have to deal with that. I don't know if Thingiverse would be a better place, or if, well, Colts 3D is a little bit too. That's such a painful site to use. I'm not so sure I'd want to even fool around with that either. yeah, I'm just trying to conjure up what the prompt even would be for GPT to make, again, some kind of a, do I want it to be a full-on shadow box? Because, again, the frames that I have for printing, they're much larger. They're not the right aspect ratio, and they also have like way too much filigree. They would actually kind of dominate the flats here. We don't want that. They're just supposed to complement the flats, not overwhelm the flats. Now here is another troublesome thing. So I'm gonna have to like file this down or something right here, so you can see. Look at that. Looks like a giant zit on his helmet there. That's because there was a highlight there, and as you can see, it recessed the shadows and it made that highlight jump way up there. So I'm gonna have to somehow file that down to be able to use it. Now again, all of our other flats and that's all the stuff that we were painting even last night, that is all going to be on this Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there because all it is meant for is just stuff like this, stuff that we paint on stream, the stuff that I used to be able to post on Twitch there after the fact. Can't do that anymore, so we adapt. Yeah, this definitely needs to give some more light on it here. And the Army Showcase videos, now those are going to be on the regular YouTube channel. Yeah, I don't want those getting mixed up with the tutorials. There's already, weird different stuff on that channel anyways, like all the Patreon vids. So yeah, the Army Showcase vids, that's where those are going to go. I'm going to retreat here to this green. Now we're getting lighter there. Doing this. Yep, more of our light green over here. And even in the recesses here, once we start getting all this other stuff later, even our recesses are going to have a little bit. It's not going to be completely dark back there. Does he? Okay, that's just kind of like folds and such there. More of that here. There's another, again, we're trying to do the overs and the unders. That's kind of how your nut work and your zoomorphs work. Yeah, Camda, that's the very sense that I got from it. It is cleaner, and if you look at the video that I did, that was what I seemed to notice, Camda. Gosh, it was one of the AONs, I think. It was either one of the AONs or something like that. And it was up in the, oh no, it was actually this one even. Because this actually, I had a height map for this, and there was way less noise in these areas that I could see versus the color image. So, I mean, if you can make the height map, it does seem to kind of be the way to go. It seems to help. How exactly it does, well, I'm still trying to determine that. So sorry I don't have super solid answers on that. All this stuff is still super new. Yeah, Rico, it was wild to have Zach on the stream because, well, I mean, I felt bad they didn't do their gaming session because he wanted to see the stream. Didn't mean to do that. Hey there, Mike. How you doing? How's about everybody give Art of Mike Disney a follow? And of course, Mike, why don't you post some fabulous stuff in the chat? Because Art of Mike Disney also does the miniature painting. So check this out, Mike. We've got another one of our fabulous flats here. Ooh, when did we start on this thing? 1 hour, 36 minutes ago. Nice to see you there, Chelsea. How you doing? And of course, again, Mike, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? So again, this 1 hour, 36 minutes ago, it was this exact same primer. There's our Dark Queen Galadriel. So that's what it looked like. Yeah, 1 hour, 36 minutes ago. We're painting this up with oils. Our last flat of Middle Earth theme was this one. We did this one last Thursday. Again, then these are all ones that we created ourselves. Here's some of our Middle Earth tarot card deck here, and I've actually added 5 more of them today. So we've got our Gandalf, Rivendell, Little Arwen. You got the Shire, Aragorn, Minas Tirith, Imrahil, Éomer, Theoden, Treebeard, and then a little bit of Balrog action there. And again, I've added just today 5 more of them. Here is a little Trench Crusade design, and here's the new one that we're going to be painting up very soon. Again, these are the homemade adventure right here. Look at they're all done with the oil paint, and even here we've got the metallic oils there. And of course, well, here you saw this, Mike. You saw this one being painted, and again, here is that's like the regular size version. So this is Kathy's halfling character right here that she played for a ton of years. Now, earlier this week we did this. This is part of our Battlestar Galactica fleet. This was ship number 9. Yeah, it was ship number 9. And then, of course, well, our absolutely hilarious, I think it was last Saturday, we were doing our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. So thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate that. And again, you can see we got all kinds of different greens here. We got warmer greens. We have cooler greens. There's more intense greens. There's also greens that are really, 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 really grayed down by comparison anyway. So Mike, if you want to share stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. And thank you so much for the raid. As you can see, we paint a lot of different stuff here on the stream. It is quite never the same thing twice. Actually, on our Friday, our Halloween stream, we're going to be painting Army of the Dead miniatures. Because I still have, I think, 5 left of that batch that I prepped a little while ago, so might as well use what I got prepped. So yes, more Army of the Dead tomorrow, so more glowy green stuff. And it's been super fun working with these flats here. It's still hard to believe, Mike, that I'd never painted a flat until literally just a few weeks ago. It's all happened that quickly. So again, Mike, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And again, everybody please give Mike Disney a follow. Oh, wow, Camden, I guess I'm just starting to hallucinate because for a second there, when I was holding this like this, I read this as oat sneakers. Or oak sneakers, yeah. So then Apparently, that's how they make shoes in Middle Earth. They make them out of oak trees. And I'm not sure how that process works there. All I know is that the Ents can't be happy about it. Here, well, let's see. Well, what was it yesterday? Okay, yeah, I think I got to sleep maybe at 10 something o'clock in the morning. That was maybe like 10:30 or something. And then, of course, well, look at this. We found ourselves a new medicine special for tonight's, and we'll have some of this again tomorrow night too. So yeah, I think well, basically, I fell asleep with the iPad sitting on top, like almost on top of my head, because I was doing yeah, Cam, a lot of those renders that you saw there, the ones of Moria and the ones of the Corsair ships, I was making those last night. So I was making them while I was exercising, and then while I was trying to sleep. That's multitasking right there, Camden. That's totally healthy. Yeah, sleeping and making renders in GPT. That's a legit thing. That's a totally legit thing. Yeah, that's getting extra close with GPT, right, Camden? Where the iPad's just laying on top of your head. So then you start thinking like it, which means all of a sudden you forget all common sense. And you keep asking them, "Do you want fries with that?" over and over again. There have been times where I've had to say use some strong metaphors and say, well, maybe a few strong metaphors and then just render something already. It puts the AI in exercising, Camda. So again, Mike, if you want to share stuff in the chat, as always, please go ahead and do that. Ooh, picture time. Let's do that. Let's not forget the pictures here. 1 second. Now on the Instagrams, I like to post step-by-step images. Although this, who knows, maybe this even gets included in our Army Showcase video. Which again, I'm pretty sure, especially if I can get those other 5 guys done, might as well just try and make the Army of the Dead be the next video. I've already got the song ready for it. Well, technically, I've got like 3 different songs for Army of the Dead already. And of course, there's a high risk of sleep streaming, well, not just tonight, but tomorrow for sure, because tomorrow's going to be another early day. I think Saturday, we might have to knock down about 10 monsters or something like that to avoid sleep streaming. Because again, after the stream, we got to film a video. Oh, wait a minute. Let's retreat here. Let's get some of this. So that's, oh, here we go. This should be interesting. Fluorescent yellow and our sky blue. So it makes an intense gray color. Or intense gray down. It's kind of an intense color, but it's still kind of grayed down. And that should be, yeah, that will kind of work here for this little, I don't know, smoky whatever that's kind of going through the scene. No, don't know what it is. Not quite sure. It's something. You know what? We should probably get the. Yeah, let's lighten this up a bit. This right here, by no means is this a really light color. That's just a mid-tone right there. That's a very simple little mid-tone. Now, when we saw our film noir on this a little while ago, that really did show. So if somebody wants to do a film noir, because we got even more shading on this now, right? It'll be interesting to see what film noir does with this now, again, that there's even more of our shading on there. So here we are. Okay, I mean, well, it's almost like a height map, Cam. There you go. Now it looks like a height map. So all we have here is light and dark. We don't have warmer greens. We don't have cooler greens. We don't have more saturated colors. We don't have less saturated colors. All we got is different shades of gray. And when we bring this back, there's cooler, lighter greens down there. There's cooler greens in here. Then a lot of this stuff up in here is warmer greens. Start sliding our bar over here. You could just start to see the difference. So we're at about 15-ish% there. We're getting closer to fit. Now you can start to see it. We're at about 35-ish, almost there. Cooler greens, warmer greens, more intense. Some of the stuff down, like that's kind of a dirty green right there. Yeah, I was gonna say, Camda, it's too bad you can't put those towards getting more more Williamsburg color. There you go, Camda. Yeah, you wish that those you could put those towards Williamsburg stuff. Now, oh, that's right. Eldritch Foundry, they got some kind of thing going right now where essentially you can buy a lifetime membership so that it's unlimited everything. You would essentially never have to pay it again no matter how much stuff you make. I would think that is only for folks that intend to do a super high volume of Eldritch Foundry stuff. I think Armored Wolf might have about 300 million. I'm thinking Valfera probably has several 100,000. And I'm pretty sure that, again, Armored Wolf most likely has upwards of 1.7 mil, something like that, maybe. Also, too, there's that Necronomicon effect that we talk about, right, Camda? When you listen, when you're around the madness too much, yes, that madness permeates your brain there. So Camda, and that was the tricky thing, even back in art school, that drove me nuts, was you can have warm colors that are cooler. Yellow can be warmer or cooler. So Armored Wolf is currently on a 750 stream streak. we're going to reinterpret that. That, yeah, Armored Wolf has, again, talk about the exposure to the Necronomicon. Armored Wolf is a good example of what's going to happen to you when you are exposed to too much of this stream. That's Camda. I mean it's like you look into the Palantir. That's it. Yes. When you've been in the stream too many times, it's like looking into the Palantir. You gaze into the Palantir of oil painting here in Wampleville. Something bad's going to happen to you. But Armored Wolf, I mean, it was so wild, right? When you were painting that bust in July, and you're just like, whatever. I'm just gonna do this here. It was like it was this instantaneous, just boom, just do it. And you're like, well, yeah, you just do this. You just do this. Because I looked over there and it was like, well, okay. Well, that sounds good there, Irid. That sounds good. I did get to do that, well, at around 8 o'clock this morning or something. Yeah, that was my nighttime shower there. But it does, it makes a big difference in kind of relaxing, right, Irid? Oh, good grief, Cam. Wow, the only other person I knew that kind of streamed, I don't want to say regularly, but streamed more than once on the phone was Jinxed. And that's because, well, Jinx didn't really have any choice because the computer suddenly died and Jinx used the phone. I'm surprised your phone didn't catch on fire there, Camda. But I try to tell the folks that don't do this, right, Camda, I try to tell them, they're like, oh yeah, you could just come on over here and stream. I'm like, nope, it don't work like that. As in, at all. As in, nope, nada. There is no such thing as just go to somebody's house and stream there. I'll shoot you a message after the stream there, Rico. And again, we're all rooting for you. And everybody says send off best wishes and best thoughts for Mom there, for sure, and also to Recoil. So good luck with everything, Recoil. And again, I'll shoot you a message as soon as I can, and get the status report. More light stuff on the hair. Okay, that's again, this is starting to emerge, and well, look at this, we're almost at hour 2. And I think some of our knot work is starting to emerge. And I cannot wait for folks to see. So tomorrow in the chat or on stream, I should have all of these new ones to show. Although I'm gonna have to buy me some more resin. For as little resin as this takes, I've done so many of them. It's kind of like a sneaky thing. I look and I'm like, what happened to my resin? Where did it all go? Get me a little bit of that sky blue in here to just kind of cool that down a tiny bit. Like so. And this here. And we're trying to accentuate some of the stuff we got going on here in the borders. Also our little these little skeletal horsies down here, which is so appropriate because I mean I did several cavalry for Army of the Dead. Where are we at here? And I think over here again. This is a little touch of our bluish gray in it, or bluish greenish gray. So we're trying to bring out some more of our ghosties here. Nah, we're gonna change you up a little bit here. We're gonna get rid of that with our blending brush. Try this. Back again to this cooler, much cooler green. There, you can see it's kind of the over and under, the over and under, over and over again. I think I need to get me some more light on the shoulder there. Also, maybe some of that here. Potentially on this tattered cloak. on that. Again, that's kind of like a little smoke or something like that. Whatever's. I'm tempted to get the smoke machine. It is over. Almost. It's going to be the 1 year anniversary of the neighbor getting that smoke machine, and then saying, "Here, you figure out how to use this." Oh yeah, and it was like 45 degrees, and there was about a 50-mile-an-hour wind. So yeah, the smoke machine didn't work so well. I think it's designed for lower wind environments. Also, probably not 40 something degrees either. Well, I might have to break that out and fill the entire basement with smoke so that we can film our Army of the Dead video. Now, that needs to be a little lighter too, I think. Yeah. There we go. Now, his head's got a little more dimension to it. Thanks, Mike. I'll try to shoot you a message with some of just the raw images here. The thing is, I keep creating so many new ones, it's hard to keep track of which ones I've sent to which person. I'm pretty sure I've doubled up a bunch of them. Let me see, what are some of the ones I still need to make? I still need to make a Mirkwood, and well, I'm going to say that Treebeard is a Fangorn one. I haven't actually made an Isengard one. Oh my gosh. Yes, I haven't made an Isengard or White Hand one yet. Okay, we'll have to do that after the stream. Good grief. And we just painted a whole bunch of Warg Riders last, was it last Saturday on stream? Who knows? Maybe we paint some more of those on Saturday. I don't think I will, because again, I need those for my army painting series. Alright, this again is more of a bluish green here. It's lighter. And right next to it there is more of a yellowish green. Let me work this in here. Yeah, that's what this. We'll catch that later. We'll do that later. As late as this is, believe it or not, we could still go a teensy bit later if need be. It's like Game 7 if necessary. Yeah, a little bit more light there, a little bit more light on the nostril. Not so much on this side of his face there. But I think now, yeah, I think he's starting to stand out now. And comparing that to our Galadriel there, so you can see here we have the violet down here. We have some of the blues there. You have all the skin tones. You would almost think this is a limited palette, but in some ways we have just as much color in this as we do with this. You know what? Here, let's do one of these guys. There. So again, now we've created height maps of our flats. As we start to bring this back, you can start to see some of the skin tone come up, and now you start to see the differences in the greens. And we did the same thing here. There's cooler greens and warmer greens even in that too. And again, that was last week's Flat Thursday. This coming Monday, for Armada Monday, will be some more Battlestar Galactica. So another Battlestar Galactica ship. I think it's safe to say we'll be painting these for a wee while on Thursdays. Because we got, we have a ton of these, and there's more and more pretty much every day. We just keep creating more of them. And I tried doing a Battlestar Galactica one. It made it way too sketchy. I wanted it to be much more of a like a realistic type of thing. Not sure what was going on with that one, so we're going to try and redo the Battlestar Galactica one. I don't think it understood what Ptolemaic Egypt was, because that was the iconography that I wanted. I think because I asked for it to have things like zodiac signs in it, I think that might have skewed what it was doing. Yeah, as light as this is still not as light as we can go. We can still go lighter than this. I might use this warmer green now here, maybe on the faces here. Because we almost need to, again, make that a bit more spectral there. We'll probably hit the eyes. We could even take our floral green, throw a little bit of our Indian yellow into that and make that a little bit less cool of a green, and then do some, basically it'll be dry brushing over these, not a glaze. Because remember, with the oil paints, if the color is sufficiently translucent, you can just basically brush it over the top and it will look like a glaze, only because the paint is so incredibly thin, as far as translucent, as far as its the opacity goes. Got to keep in mind though, things like your, well, even your metallic oil paints, but your fluorescent oils, those are going to be really really thick when it just comes to the consistency. That has nothing to do with the opacity. They're going to be hyper translucent, but they're also going to be just physically thicker paints. I'm probably, well, let's see, maybe not. Maybe this warmer green here on this particular little smoke, fog, whatever that is, might be best there. More of that warmer green down here in the corner, also maybe over here. So we've got our, again, a floral green and a floral yellow. Those are the alkyds from Paul Rubens. We got ourselves a phthalo green. We got our chromium green oxide. That we call that the Terra Rosa of greens, because it's probably the most second, well, that and the Terra Rosa up here, maybe the Mars Yellow D. Those are the three most opaque colors after, well, white. With oil paints, lighter colors like this, these are going to be your opaque colors. It's not going to be darker colors. It's going to be the lighter stuff. So let's say you got yourself a whole bunch of white scars or impies or something like that to paint. Here's one of our white scars. Yeah, that's going to cover it right away. And this is one of our chapter studies vids. We got an Imperial Fist over here, I think. Yeah, there he is. Again, that yellow, that's basically one shot with that yellow. Because again, with the oils, the yellow is one of your opaque colors. And if you lighten it with, well, something like a white, oh, more opaque. Something to just kind of keep in mind with the oil paints. You really don't want to approach the oils like acrylics, or say super slow drying acrylics, because, well, you're not really taking advantage of what the oils can do. First of all, also you're they're gonna take a while to dry. I mean, this thing by this time tomorrow night, it won't necessarily be dry, but it'll be dry enough to handle without just completely destroying it. With the oils, less is more. More is way too much. Again, trying to get this wispy stuff working its way through here. Now here's again, this is another instance where it recessed that shadow area. I don't want to say too much, but it does make it makes it a little bit difficult. Now we shall start going back here. I might need, yeah, let's just do, oh, first picture. If I don't do that, we will forget. But I'm going to get some more of my phthalo green out there, because we're going to start to maybe reinforce some super heavy darks here. So there's our phthalo green. Again, this is the Griffin Alkyd here. Perlene black would be fabulous, but I'm trying to kind of stick with the alkyds on these because I'm just trying to have them dry as quickly as possible. Oh, again, these little clear blocks like this, you can get them in a bunch of different sizes, and they're really fantastic for photographing minis, especially when you got a bunch that you got to photograph. And okay, Instagram, it wants essentially almost like a vertical photo in a square format. How do you photograph 10 miniatures or even more in a square? Well, you have those clear risers. And the nice thing about the clear ones is they don't necessarily totally disappear in the frame, with the miniatures, but they also don't have a color of their own. And I think that works out really well. So again, if you need to photograph multiple figures or something like that in the same image, even for me, there's sometimes so many miniatures in a scene, like with the army painting vids, I still need to use that, even in a horizontal format, which is crazy. Now we're really gonna start to do some much darker stuff here around his eyes. Yeah, let's get that even darker, and then the glowy eye is going to stand out that much more. Lighten, or yeah, hit that with some more dark. This needs to be cleaned up here, and then also I think more dark tossed in there. Dark down here. Separate those two guys. Separate these two guys. I'm gonna just, you know what? I'll make this border much darker. I was thinking of doing just the opposite, but I'm liking this darker border back. Oh yeah, that worked out. That worked out. Now we also, speaking of darker, some of our Army of the Dead down here also need some little definition to them. Get maybe some separation from the background. gotta avoid the temptation to also just put way too much action and activity down here. That's not the main focus. This should be the main focus. So we don't want to go too bonkers down here. We'll probably still be doing some more stuff with midtones and other things. But need to see how all this stuff plays out first. Another darker edge up here. I don't think we've... No, we have. No, we haven't done the much darker stuff back in here yet. Remember, some of our shadows here. We could take out some of our Egyptian violet, mix that with phthalo green. It would be Egyptian phthalo there, Camda. Sure, I'm going to try to darken that up a little. Egyptian phthalo violet shade. What? No, it's going to look too much like a panda nose there or something like that. We need to take some of that away. I think that's better now. And yeah, what are we at? We're at 2 hours 11 minutes. It looks like, yeah, 2 hours 11 minutes. When we started with this, it was just kind of a dark teal gray primer, just like this, because I primed this one at the same time. So again, that is what this looked like just 2 hours and 12 minutes ago. More of our dark, and some of the recesses here again on these little kind of skelly friends over here in the Celtic zoomorphs. So that's what all these are here along the edges, and I specifically requested things like ghosts and undead horses and such in these side panels here. I think actually came to the weirdest times I've used GPT was out of desperation just on my phone and trying to do renders on there, especially, well, if an idea pops up or whatever and I'm nowhere near any of the computers or whatever, I'll actually do it just on the phone. It's not the most convenient thing because as soon as the phone screen goes dark or whatever, you generally lose that chat that you're in. We'll try some more really deep dark here again around some of these. Yeah, that might just have to be a little darker there too. And yeah, this whole line along, I'm going to try to reinforce that line. Same deal over here. Now this little sort of almost sky portion, let me get, let's make that too dark. Ah, there we go. That was almost the same value as our line. Now the line's probably going to get a little bit darker value, or lighter value. Yeah, now I do see a difference between that line and then these guys up here. Do we hit them with, again, more of a light or not? Also with his crown up here. Do we perhaps play around with here in yellow? So right here, we're almost kind of putting a bit of a yellowish gold color in on his crown. Again, that this represents the King of the Dead here. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And hopefully Camden's kid and such, they great success with the trick-or-treating, acquiring all kinds of fantabulous candies. Making like hobbits, going around collecting candy. Let me try to get me a little bit more of that up here. Again, that's almost a little bit of gold right there. Hey there, Acid Burn. How you doing? Great to see you there, Acid Burn. Happy. Well, it is a happy Halloween now. Well, we're technically 2 hours into Halloween. So, Acid Burn, if there's you wanted to share something, please feel like you can do that. So, Acid Burn, here's that new. Where did it go? Here it is. This is a new Kathy miniature that I made with Eldritch Foundry. This is a character, Mel the Halfling Rogue, that she played for years. And by years, actually, it could be more like 11 or 12 years. So great to see you there, Acid Burn. Now, we will see if we can get a little bit of the almost like a goldish color there in the helmet. One does look more gold here. Let me also now take some of this white, make this much lighter. Too big of a glob there. Too big of a glob. Let's get rid of the glob. No glob. Still too much of a glob on that thing. I thought so, Acid Burn. But what's that? Oh, that's called mission. Oh no, scale creep. Yes, Acid Burn. That's a. Oh, that's a plague on miniatures, is it not, Acid Burn? That scale creep. Yeah, 1 minute it's 28 millimeter true scale. The next thing you know, it's like 72 millimeter scale or something like that. It just gets completely out of hand, that scale creep. And then the next thing you know, it's 1-to-1 scale, right, Camden? And then that's when things get real interesting. So yeah, it's practically 1/35 scale right now. Yeah, those big old 1/35 scale tanks and such. Where are we at here? I'm not so sure that we want the gold there, but I'm just going to throw a few little dots of it out there anyhows. And again, what we look at. So 2 hours, 20 minutes ago, this here thing, devoid of all things called paint. There was no paint on here. There was just a little bit of primer. There was certainly no zenithal or anything like that. Get that scooped out of there. And now, whoops, I'm going to try to get this. Again, a couple of these, but almost are like highlights there. We need one on the top of the O here. There we are. So again, this is only the second of our Lord of the Rings busts that we're painting. I now have, I mean, even just printed ones. I have to have a dozen printed ones already. Now we are going to keep manufacturing these. It'll be wild, Camden, to see this one side by side in a film noir when we paint the Moria one or the Balrog one, because that's going. Wow, that's really. It's probably going to look, once you do the film noir, you won't be able to tell the two of them apart, at least as far as kind of the whole value thing goes. Or the cocoa, that just, you will be taking away all the oranges, we'll be taking away all the green, and all we'll be left with is just the value, which is kind of correspond, because, you know, glowy and glowy. Yeah, let me just see if I can't get a little bit of light on the tops right there of that layer. Yeah, that kind of gives it a little more depth. Sharpens up that edge too, because remember, along with color contrast, value contrast, saturation contrast, temperature contrast, edge contrast is a thing. That is what will make a soft transition, you know, okay, like a cheek or a cloth or something like that look like cheek or cloth, as opposed to, well, a sword. And like always, acid burn, and I know there's probably not a ton of stuff maybe to share in the chat, but if you do want to share some stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Now in a second here, I think what I'm going to do is a super quick refresh the medicine. And I believe I already checked on the print there. And again, it cranked out two more. One of them is a Harad one. The other one, yeah, I think that's, oh yeah, that's our Durnhelm one. Now, some of these I'm reprinting. Actually, I'll print out a second Dark Queen Galadriel one. No problem there, Acid Burn. Again, you know, if you want to use Discord or something like that, doesn't have to necessarily be Insta or Facebook or whatever. A little more, yeah, let me do some light right in there. Now these eyes can be lightened up again. They kind of got a little bit darker when we were working this other stuff around it. I'm going to go back to this screen maybe. Let me see what this looks like here. Yeah, there we are. This green back in here, is it too close to this now? See, you can kind of see there's almost more like a Payne's grayish type thing here on the armor, and also on the well, I don't know about that smoke there. No, maybe we'll leave that there for now. Got this radiant violet over here. That's gonna go into a couple places. Maybe even say the beard here. That's gonna bring out that beard. Not so much again because it's lighter. It's because this is essentially putting red near green, and well, red and green, those are opposites. that would really be your color contrast. And red and green, I mean, it could be, okay, violet and blue or something like that. One is in kind of the more the red family, and the blue is, well, guess what, more in the green family, because what makes green, besides yellow and blue, well, also yellow and, say, a black, makes a real interesting, again, kind of a nurgly, sickly green. Yeah, we'll let that work on the arm here. So that, yeah, I might, sure, let's get away from that green. Let's go back to the cooler green, maybe, for this kind of wispy smoke type stuff here. Let's not make that too light either. And it really does do an amazing job creating like super subtle textures. Our Galadriel from last week, it was shocking to see that it actually did reflect the hair and the sleeve into this, and also created a marble texture here, and then actually reflected the marble texture on the mirror pool, and it also did reflections of the trees and the water there. It's like, holy smokes, that is amazing what it did. Now I'm going to do another quick picture here again. As we get further and further into this, it's harder sometimes to see the difference from one image to the next when we do our little semi time-lapse things on Instagram there. Now what I'm going to do again, I'm going to refresh that medicine. We'll definitely get a little refresher on that. And also, too, I'm going to try to get some of the greens off my finger here, so when we're working on the rest of this here, we don't transfer too much of those. So don't go away. We shall be right back. Now that sounds pretty wild, acid burn. Well, hopefully, well, you can't start them too early, right? Acid burn. And everybody, Armored Wolf was kind enough to post a link to the YouTube channels there. Also, the Instagrams. Hopefully, the canvas boards have been fun to paint on. Actually, well, acid burn. Oh, yeah, that's right. We used them for our backdrops for our ships, our Battlestar Galactica ships. So I hope that you have a blast with the canvas boards there, acid burn. I'm gonna, let me go back to this cooler. It's still a light green, but it's also a cooler green here. Little smidge of that here on the faces on the side there. A little bit of that down here, perhaps some of that over here. That's fantastic. Acid burn. So acid burn, what I was thinking of doing was, first I was going to look at, say, my mini factory or Thingiverse or whatever for either frames and or kind of shadow box type things for these, and then I realized, well, wait a second, I could make it far more customized, and especially kind of maybe to the aspect ratio of all of these, since it's all the same aspect ratio. If I just went into the GPTs and tried to create a frame for it in the same way as what I'm doing here. So that might be something that now, I know people might get a little bit sick and tired of a whole bunch of videos on flats, but there might be another one. I may not be able to film the vehicle one tonight. We might do another one on flats. How you doing there, surface tension? Surface tension, I got a bunch of new images to send you, new flats and stuff like that. So yeah, I'll send you some of those. So great to see you there, surface tension. Of course, surface tension, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead and do that too. And of course, happy Halloween there, surface tension. So I think you won't have to worry about any full moons there or anything like that on Halloween, thanks to the Welshlandic anti-death orb shield. I guess that serves double purpose there, surface tension, because if it hides the moon, then it also hides the moon base that the ancient Welshlandians established there. It's one of the reasons why nobody has ever seen it. Yeah, that needed a little bit more of our kind of yellowish green right there. So surface tension, why don't you go ahead and share some fabulous oil painted miniatures there in the chat. Get that. Some more over here. So acid burn, it's just so shocking that all of this stuff has developed so quickly with the flats and everything. And then also being able to sculpt miniatures. Oh, here, I don't think you got a chance to see the finale of this, right? Surface tension here on our brand new Kathy figure there. That was super fun. Yeah, surface tension. That cuts down on the vagrants, doesn't it? So, everybody, check out that link that surface tension just shared. Again, some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. And another thing that I can also confirm is that taking the hair dryer to these, I mean, I basically just like set them on a big piece of thick plastic card, and I just pointed the hair dryer at them, and essentially they kind of like just self flatten out, and then that's it. That's all it took. Because these things, they're thin enough that they sometimes do warp a little bit and get a little, wavy or something like that. Now, let me see. I'm going to get rid of this brush here. We'll maybe try this one here. Thanks so much, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a vote. Guess who else also paints with the oils? That would be Inganes. So, Inganes, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Yep, surface tension. Again, I'm hoping that whatever bags I've got, that's what there is. There is no more past what I have. If that supply is exhausted, then that supply is exhausted, and there ain't no more where that came from. Let me do some more here. Actually, I got to bring all that stuff upstairs and start staging that. That's right. So that's a it's a little bit more of an intense green there. It's not super light, but as you can see, it's more of an intense green. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Nganes just shared. And everybody please give Nganes a follow, because Nganes also streams the oil paints too. Come on, there we go. So again, that increases the intensity of it. Yeah, surface tension, we'll see what happens if I can go into GPTs. And what I was thinking of having was, well, kind of a ring motif, right? So if it's something like this, that maybe is a common thing between all of them, it unites all of them together. And the other thing is I didn't want something that was like really heavy or was going to take a lot of time / material to print. Who knows, surface tension. I wonder if it'd be worth it if it's only a little bit bigger than this, and if I print those vertically as FDM, right? That might be worth it. That could maybe cut down on well, resin usage, but it would make them pretty strong. It would make them kind of, well, shatterproof. Thanks, Acid Burn. Actually, Acid Burn, it might be better to send those via Instagram. Yeah, because Discord messages, well, yeah, I don't do a whole lot of Discord stuff. Unfortunately, still don't do much, Acid Burn. I still have not had a chance to kind of, shall we say, dive into Discord just yet. Yeah, I'll throw a little bit more just down here. Fine. Yeah, sorry about that, Acid Burn. I just realized, I'm like, ooh, yeah, it's just, I may not see too much of that. So again, everybody please check out the Insta link that Nganes shared, and then also too, please give Nganes a follow. So happy Halloween and all that good stuff, Nganes. Now here I'm going to do a little bit of some dry brush stuff in a few places here. This got a little wacky here. We're going to try and unify some of this again with a bit of dry brush. Look at all that darker paint there. It's picking up this again. It's a dry brush, but it's the wettest dry brush ever. Surface tension. little bit of Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas from Mordor. There you go, surface tension. Christmas greeting cards from various places in Middle Earth. Yeah. Happy holidays from the Shire. And then you've got well, some like a snowy, misty mountains type of a scene there. I'm gonna maybe throw a little bit of this in here. Same kind of almost semi-dry brush kind of thing. Nothing too crazy here. Maybe just yeah. See that? That looks much more interesting. Turn a little bit of that. There we turn there. And then some little tiny hobbit there, surface tension that says Merry Christmas everyone or something like that. Oh, like Tiny Tim, there you go. I'm going to do that same deal over here. We're just going to kind of dry brush some of our green on our little ghosties here. So surface tension, GPT, I've done so many of these now. All I have to do is say nameplate is this, main panel is this, side panels, and this. So it's kind of broken down into 4 categories. So when I went to do, say, the Harad one, it was fun because I just said, okay, the side panels are more like a blue mosque type mosaic design. Obviously, here we have lots of undead stuff, ghosts and undead horses here. For Umbar, I said I wanted the side knotwork to look like anchor chains and anchors, and it did actually a pretty good job of that. For my Easterling one, it did a really nice job with some Oriental themed designs. Now for my Candish army, I'm still trying to determine, do I want that to be like 3 separate ones? I'm going to show the 3 kings in some way, shape, or form. The kind of more show the story of the army, or just like something more generically Candish. Okay, yeah, I got a little bit more action going on with the misty stuff there. So yeah, I've got I printed out a Moria earlier tonight, so before the stream. Whoops. This is the other handy thing about these, is that it's very easy to just wipe any kind of paint off of those. Might also here, I'm not sure what happened there. We'll get that off of there. There we go. That was a little bit too bright. We're just going to knock that down a little bit there. Now, what was it? 2 hours, 44 minutes ago. Here was our primer color. We did not do a prelaze on this one. So yeah, this looked just like this one here, this Galadriel one, just a couple of hours ago. Well, more like about 3 hours ago. Get rid of that on that brush, and let me... Don't think this is the one that we've been using. Okay, I just put it over here. go to this one again. Some of our little skilly tones here. This kind of takes away some of the rougher stuff from those early stages. Now, I don't want to lose some of the more kind of little sickly greens in there. Oh, you know, that's what we, around 3 hours, we break out the fast matte white. Let's do that. Gee whiz. I knew there was something. I'm like, what the heck? It's getting to be time to be doing something. That's what it is. Again, well, since, let's see, I already said, what, Hamda earlier in the stream, right? Hamda. So, and then, oh yeah, I read this as, what was it? As, well, now I just looked at it, it said toast makers, but maybe that's because we want toast. Fast matte white will be deployed now. I'll just throw it over there. And now it is time to really go in strong with some super light stuff here with our fast matte white. Let's do some, there's way too much paint on there. Let's get rid of some of that. There we are. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Happy Halloween. So Sea Dragon, are you anticipating a lot of kids there this Halloween? Now we got that lighter. I think Sea Dragon, these really have been super fun, and I just keep making more and more. And what's the new one that I have to? Oh yeah, I have to make an Isengard. Basically a couple of different Isengard ones. I need to make one for our Wolves of Isengard. Oh my gosh, Dunlendings. I have not made anything for. Wow, we've totally forgotten all about the Fords of Eisen there. Gee whiz. I mean, I knew I had a bunch more to make, but all of a sudden I'm like, okay, I just listed off like 6 of them that I have to make, and I made, what, 4 more today. Now our little borders here, those are starting to stand out much more. Start to get some of this much lighter stuff here on especially these lads right here. This is, again, the main focus here. No problem there, Sea Dragon. Here, you don't have the choice. It is trick or treat or else, right? Surface tension. Now we're really starting to hit some intense lighter tones here. Let's do some of that on the chainmail / armor there too. I'll tell you that you won't get a chance to do that this time around, Sea Dragon. More of that. Not quite as much, because that's not a shiny helmet. That's just some cloth there. Yeah, Sea Dragon. We'll see what kind of turnout there actually is this year. Surface tension. Oh, actually, surface tension. I thought you were saying you were going to use like boiling oil or something like that, like you would use in a castle siege or whatever. Yeah, just you would throw oil on the steps there, on the stone steps to make it more slippery, so they can't get any traction and advance towards the walls. Either that, or you're going to devise some kind of catapult system, surface tension, to just launch the candy at them from a great distance or a safe distance. There you go. Let's see. Actually, Mike, you can put Discord links in here. You'll know it's a Discord link because it's like a mile long. But other folks have successfully put Discord links. Otherwise, Instagram always works. That I know. But I think Discord does as well. Again, it's going to be a super long link. It's kind of how I can tell, just kind of picking out the corner of my eye, because I'm like, oh, that must be a Discord link. It's like 17 paragraphs long. Well, speaking of scary monsters, right, right, Camda. Oh, that's no problem there, Mike. No problem. We're kind of used to it. That's just how I know that to tell folks that it's a Discord link or if it's an Insta link. Now, sometimes people like Surface Tension, they have kind of their own website things there, and I'll say, oh, go click on that Insta link. It's like, whoop, nope, that's not an Insta link. So there you go. Everybody check out the Discord links that Acid Burn just posted. So great to see you back there, Irid. Now, actually, Irid, I think we probably asked you last time around, but were you expecting the usual amount of kids, or maybe a little bit more this year?
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Tuco. I appreciate that, Tuco Studio. Ah, maybe it was a good thing that I kind of bit the dust there in Moria, because these guys, I gotta tell you, they give me the creeps. He's like, you give us a contact high. He's like, dude, that was like totally uncalled for. Why does he get up? Now, we won't mention a certain plant, because when we roll our big Gandalf 6 and we mention a certain plant, bad things happen. See, that's successful. We did not mention pipeweed, so we got ourselves a 3 for Tukuma Studio. So, Tukuma, thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. No problem there, Irid. Hopefully, you can get a little bit of peace and quiet. Well, if you get one of those atmospheric rivers, right, Irid, that might also help to cut down on the again on those miscreants there, looking to score unearned batches of candy. Little bit there. Okay, bam, there we are. So I got a little bit of the lighter stuff there on the chain mail. Roll in a little more of our light over here. Again, on some of our cannot work. So yeah, Mike, if you just want to share a Discord link or something like that, that's easier. That is all good. You know what? I'm going to try to lighten up some of this up here. And let me see, now that we've got, again, our really, really, really light stuff out here, let me see what we can also do on that. Up there. Actually, surface tension, I was thinking more like Nazgul, like the screaming Nazgul or something like that. I think that would be a much better sound for when they ring the doorbell. Much more appropriate for Halloween, wouldn't you say? I mean, that shouldn't scare him away at all. Everybody, check out that Discord link that Art of Mike Disney just shared. And again, everybody, please give Art of Mike Disney a follow. So, Mike, are you going to be streaming again tomorrow? Well, later today, really? So surface tension. Remember where I did that mural of Hobbiton and such? And they were saying, "Oh, it's going to be so tranquil in this room. He's never going to wake up." And I said, "Not if you use pump in a really loud Nazgul scream or something like that." So I wasn't sure if you're going to be streaming later today there, Erda Michael, or if you'll be kind of taking a bit of a Halloween break there from doing the streaming. No, that's good. That can't quite be that light. We'll use this. We'll use this. Put in this a little bit lighter here. Just again, need to turn it upside down at least to get that one portion right there. Everybody click on the Discord link that Ardo Michael just shared just to make sure that it works. Everybody check that out. And again, everybody please give Ardo Mike Disney a follow as well. Now, Mike, were you going to be kind of bouncing back and forth between, say, a little bit of entertainment, doing some games and painting, or was it going to be more of a painting type of stream? That is too much. We will use this to reduce that like so. And again, 3 hours ago, this was a completely paint-free object here. Charge in more of this. A little more right in there. So now, see, this is really starting to have a lot of over and under. Now, of course, our Galadriel one didn't have a ton of knotwork in it. It's really more plant-based right there. But we have some other ones that definitely have really intense knotwork here. Especially, so here, Rivendell. Lots of knotwork there. Shire, just a little bit. We got some zoomorphs here. You can see we have lots of agriculture going on. Now we've got back to the knotwork here on our Minas Tirith. Same thing here. And look at the lovely swans that it put in our Dol Amroth. And now here, you got all kinds of horsey zoomorphs. Look at that. Lots of horsey zoomorphs here on our on these. So if someone could click on the Discord link there and let Mike know if that Discord link is working there, that would be fabulous. Back into our much lighter color right here. A little something more on these guys here. Now, thanks, Mike. I had no idea if these were going to work at all. I mean, I like the images. I thought if worst case scenario, I could just, well, and I could still do it, right? I could draw this thing out on a much larger board. I could do 16, that's 16 by 20-ish. So yeah, there's nothing that says we don't take this and make it a whole bunch bigger and paint it that way. So see, now we have a little bit of that looks a little more three-dimensional there because it's not just one flat color anymore. let's just keep doing more of our light stuff here on our zoomorphs. So let's see. I'm pretty sure the ones I printed out 4 more. I think I might have gotten my Harad one printed. There was, again, another one of our AONs that got printed out. Actually, both of our AONs, because there's one as this kind of regular AON, and then there's another one as Durnhell. Uh, then there was, I think, one of our Black Ships of Umbar. I printed out one of those. Nah, that's got to go back to our yellowy green here. Yeah, let's try something like this. Not quite so much the almost white there. Where are we at with this? Yeah, let's keep rolling with this here. And completes that now. That wasn't supposed to go there. Oh, look at this. It's like we have an eraser almost. Just take some of our darker stuff back again. Where did that go? We have to get some lighter stuff down there anyways, which would probably be the same exact one here. There we are. Ooh, that's right. We almost... Nah. That level of light, we also again change the color temperature. That's a bit of a warmer green that's going there. Now again, the way these print out, it can be a little weird when there's like some really dark stuff that creates quite the recess. And it can be weird kind of painting your way out of a recess. And again, we got our, I think we're 2 episodes in to our painting flats journey of discovery on the Patreon page. So yeah, we've done 2 episodes of that already. So Sea Dragon says that the Discord link did not work. So thanks Sea Dragon for trying out the link. Appreciate that. Trying to sneak me in a little bit more light there. Okay. On this top bit of not work right here too. Yeah. Another picture. You don't want to forget that. So I try to get at least 10 pictures of this. Ideally, at least more like 15. And then I try to post the step-by-step images on the Instagrams there. Back to some darker stuff here. So let me try this here along. Ooh, yeah, but just do it this way. It might be easier just to do that. In we go there. All right. Bit more. There we are. All right. Might do maybe a similar thing on this, on the top here, or on the side. No, we're pretty good to go there. Maybe that got just a little bit raggedy, so we'll clean you up. Yeah, something like that. Our phthalo green. So phthalo green and some of our Mars black. That's about as dark as we can really go here. Hard to get much darker than that. Nice. Darks down here, maybe around these guys. Give him maybe more of a helmet type of a deal here. Maybe try to work in a couple little threads of some hair there. That's about as dark as that can get. Maybe strengthen that border a little more. Another little strengthening of a line there. Gonna maybe get some more of the whole. Yeah, let me see if we can get some darker shadows here underneath that cloak again. Yeah, unfortunately, since I don't have any knowledge of Discord whatsoever, that is not something I could help you with. Yeah, of course, can always just do a Zoom meeting or something like that. You know what? I should probably get me a little bit of dark over in here. Like that. Yeah, maybe the same deal down here on some of these guys. Maybe a little bit of less light here. That bottom part of them. Definitely a whole lot to cover there. Like, lots to cover. And of course, there's just new things like we've been talking about, right, Mike? There's so many new things just every week. There's some new discovery, a new direction things are going. It's sometimes really hard to keep up with the timeline of events here. Because sometimes things just change, like during the course of a day. Alright, we'll see you later there, Surface Tension. I'm glad that the defense of the fortress is in place. Yes, the defensive protocols are all set there. Oh yeah, and Sea Dragon, I'm gonna again try to see if I can't make a bust version of this. Now I think in the bust versions, like if you got this crossbow here, that will be hanging down over the plant. Again, I won't know till I actually try to make it. But that's something I'm going to try. We'll see if we can make a bust of that. And like I said, I'm also going to try to make some kind of shadow box frame, whatever, for all of our Lord of the Rings stuff here. I guess the question will be, how much space do we want? You know, you want it like only a quarter of an inch, 3/8 of an inch. I don't know if I want a whole extra like half an inch there, because now that's starting to get kind of giant. Now I'm gonna just hold it this way here. There's a bit of knotwork there that kind of missed, and I'm gonna try to bring some of that back in here. Yes, the defeat of the sun, very important for security, of course, this season here. You would almost think that winter itself is a creation of the ancient Welsh Landians to get that shorter day. Wouldn't put anything beyond the Welsh Landic Space Agency. Again, if the Atlanteans had taken the advice of the ancient Welsh Landians, then they would still be around instead of being extinct. The Atlanteans too busy screwing around different points in the globe trying to build funky stuff. Whereas the Welshlanders were wiser folk that just stuck closer to home. Ooh, let me do some more of this here. And of course, Welshlandia is the home of all things cadmium gray shade. All the different gray shades. Found in abundance in Welshlandia. So all of a sudden now this, instead of looking like a recess, now it almost looks like it's in front of these guys. So the stuff that is like the furthest forward is some of the most recessed stuff. Now again, that is something you have to kind of compensate for with this method of doing these flats here. And technically these are, well, these are pretty flat for flats. Generally flats actually have more height than this. Believe it or not, this is still large for a flat. Apparently flats are maybe 20% smaller than this, like at the largest. But then when you consider the billboards that I was creating, like those ones in FDM, I mean they are massive. They're like twice the size of this thing. And this is a good 2.25 size on our Oathbreaker. So yeah, this is the very first one we ever did right here. That was really fun, and of course it was just a matter of weeks ago that we painted that. The very first of our flats. Yeah, this needs a little bit more of our light up here too. There's a whole nother piece of knotwork that never got anything. That is no bueno. So when we first started this one out, dark gray primer. We just did a real quick little dry brush of some mostly kind of lighter midtones. Then we did do some glazing here and there to try and start setting up some darker midtones at least. And then as we were waiting for that to set, we kind of went into some other areas, worked as much as we could. Now, get with the oils, you gotta have that patience. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Might try to get a little reflected light. Oh, here it's about. Nope, that ain't quite light enough. Let me try this here. That is what we need. Right just on the front edge of that part of his cloak there, whatever. Maybe try to sharpen it. Ah, that's the other thing we need. We need more reflected light there. Something we can use as a small blending brush, like maybe this guy. There you are. That worked out easily enough. So now we sit at what, 3 hours 15 minutes. And adding all these much lighter colors has certainly made a big difference. Where's that same blending? Ah, here it is. Here it is again. So I'll take this here. And look at that. We can just smush that down there. So Mike, I guess I don't know how many times you were able to play around with the oils after our I forget which release that was from Artisan Guild. I know it was Dark Elf Cold One. That should be later. This too. Yeah, we hit that with a little bit of our dark. Lorcan, more of our light here again on that helmet. It's kind of like on the when it did it, it kind of did it as like part helmet, part hood. So here we're trying to make it more of just a helmet. They're painting in some different details. Okay, yeah, that's starting to come forward a little bit more. Nice there. Maybe work out a little bit more of this now. Fine. Yep, that definitely needs to be lighter. Same thing up here in this little corner. Yeah, we didn't have much of anything there. Might try to lighten you up a little bit. We tried doing that the first time. It was a little too much, and we just took our blending brush and sort of knocked that down, toned it down. Side of his nose guard on his helmet. Nah, no, we'll leave that be. I was just about to lighten up something there. So, no, maybe we won't do that. Still working with mostly the fast matte white there again. Working on some of the very latest elements of this. Much more of a light on him maybe. And we're trying to draw as much as we can kind of up in here, but we don't want to just forget all of this here either. And I think a lot of our more recent slash later designs are going to more resemble this, because this was the very first one that I did, at least as far as our Lord of the Rings stuff goes. So that was the very first one. Hard to believe we've done this many, and then there's, again, I got at least 5 more, I think, to do tonight after the stream. We have no, and I might have to do a couple of done lending ones, and at least 2 or 3 Isengard ones. We haven't done a Sauron at all. What's going on? More there. Okay, that was more of a little like Buffy smoke stuff, whatever there. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to maybe this green. Let me try this stuff again here. That's more for his cloak. And we're going to go back to some of the dark here. Let's do that. Get an edge there, and then maybe some more of these little holes, right, in that cloak or whatever. And maybe try here a little bit of dark under there, up on the top portion, and then on this side. So it seems to me, now again, the flat that I had, it was more like this. The one time I don't even know where the heck that thing is, but Kathy got, it was 2016, I think, when she got me that one. It was more like this, not like the super raised texture. I've seen some of these flats lately that looks like just like a miniature somebody stepped on. I mean, it's that heavy of a texture, like his whole half of his whole head sticking out of there. I'm not quite sure that's necessarily what flats are supposed to be either. So yeah, I like my definition of flats better, because this takes all of about 11, 12. As I think the longest any of these has taken to print was maybe 20 minutes or something. And when you get used to many hours of print just for one thing, it's like, wait a minute, I printed out 4 of these in 12 minutes. I like that arithmetic. Alright, so yeah, you know what? Here, let me sharpen off the bottom there a little more on his face. Now I might be able to do some darker bits of chainmail in here as well. We got a lot of the lighter stuff in mid-tone. Make sure we don't lose out on our darker dots again for the chainmail there. I might try to sneak in here. Okay, we gotta thin this down a little bit, not so much. We're not looking for a pin line wash necessarily. I'm just trying to reinforce a couple of darks there, because all that's down in here is just the primer. That's it, and then a little bit of our glaze after that. That is all that's there. Take some of that away. And we'll have to come back with our lighter green again then, no problem, because it's just sitting right over here. light on the edge again. Oh, better. All set. Now, we did this more with the dry brush before. I'm going to see if I can't maybe sneak in a little more of this right up to the edge of the letters here. So it's like one teensy little shade darker. And see, now that edge stands out a little bit more. So I'm going to do that in a couple of places here. Not everywhere. Well, yeah, now that nameplate, it has a little bit of a kind of a light middle tone light thing going on, and then we have the darker letters with the and that little bit of highlighting on the edges of them. Hit that too. Ah, we are. There we go. Now back to this warmer green, maybe here on these two guys, just so yeah, that's a bit of a temperature change on them, because again we got the cooler greens, the warmer greens, all the greens. All kinds of different green. That look, some that have much more yellow in them, some that even have a little bit of brown or umber in them, some that have indigo, sort of a dark bluish gray. There might be some parts of our side panels where I also try to get this more intense green in there. Now, here, as you can see, this is the one part that'll probably be like the last thing we do, because I just keep hitting that with my hands, unfortunately. I am going to try to get here a little bit of lighter stuff. There's the brush we're using. Maybe we'll try this for this stuff up here. Here, let me see what happens with a little bit of our really yellow pale. There's even some floral green. Oh, good. I still have a little bit of my floral, or a little bit of my phthalo green left here. Now, that is hopefully about the... Yeah, so that's got a little bit of a cooler tone to it. See that? It's a much cooler tone. Again, it's the phthalo green is essentially like a bluish green. How do you make green? You're just combining yellow and blue. So if there's more blue in it, it's going to be a cooler green. If there's more yellow in it, well, yeah, that's going to be a warmer green. And remember, even something like a yellow can be a warmer or cooler yellow. If you put a whole bunch of white into a yellow, now it becomes more like a lemon yellow color, and it is a much cooler color. Yes, it's still yellow, but say something like an Indian yellow well, it just looks more orange to the eye. Well, hence the warmer look to it. It's just how your eye is going to perceive that. That's why I'm really just not into the whole color wheel type thing. It's way easier just to focus on, is it warmer, is it cooler? There's just way less things to be thinking about when it's just, okay, greens, more or less yellow. That's all you need to know. You don't have to be fooling around with any kind of color wheel thing and primaries and secondaries and blueberries or whatever. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. If it's a violet, does it have more red or does it have more blue? If it's got more red in it, well, it's warmer. That'll get you more towards a magenta. If it's got more blue in it, it's going to be more of a violet. and it will be, guess what, cooler. You can even have warmer or cooler blues. Ultramarine blue, cobalt blue, arguably those are warmer blues because they have a just almost what looks like a hint of reddishness to them. Whereas, well, okay, phthalo blue, even Prussian blue looks more like a greenish blue. Now, see our border even there. See, cooler, 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 warmer, warmer in the corners. Cooler in the middle, warmer in the corners. Value-wise, probably no different. One way we can tell is this. Yeah, Shazam. That's pretty much the same value. Why do we have variety in our border? Because all we did was we altered the temperature the tiniest amount. And now you don't see the difference there. Again, cooler in the center, warmer in the corners. Easy peasy. There seems to be some kind of funky cottage industry with the miniature stuff about making things, well, as complicated as possible. Take simple things, make them super complicated. That for whatever reason seems to be a thing with miniatures. Not sure why. Simpler is better because way fewer things can go boom and go wrong when simpler is part of the equation. What was it? Oh yeah, the vehicle painters. Man, see it there. It's like, yeah, let's turn an easy 3-step program into 15 or 17 not so easy steps. It's like, but it looks the same afterwards. If there was a significant difference in how it looked, maybe that's a difference. But again, a bazillion separate steps to do something that you could do in half that or a quarter of that. Again, just more things that can go kaboom. Just like this, we've kept this as simple as possible. There's not a ton of colors on the palette. We weren't necessarily looking for the perfect green or the perfect turquoise or whatever. We just said, well, okay, depending on what happens on here, well, we mix something. And we already know that, okay, the phthalo green is like, unless we put a blue out there, that is going to be one of our coolest colors on the palette. Indian yellow arguably might be one of the warmest ones because that's got, again, a lot of oranginess to it, so therefore a bit more red. Windsor yellow slash, oh goodness, what is that? Hansa yellow. That's on the warmer side too. Ironically enough, our fluorescent yellow is probably one of the cooler yellows on the one of the cooler colors on the palette. It almost looks vaguely greenish. So yeah, that does not have a lot of warmth to it whatsoever. Maybe take away a couple more. There, again, just more, few more dark areas there of our chainmail. Trying to fool around a little more here with this. Oh, that's what we got to do here. And trying to make that look more and more like a helmet and less like, well, a hood. You know, if I just darken this up, that little bit of smoke or whatever to mist might stand out a little bit better. Looks like it did. Okay, so that was a good idea there. Yeah, for something like this, I was thinking, okay, what in the world would undead skeleton zoomorphs even look like? I was even having a hard time kind of conjuring that up, and I'm pretty sure there wouldn't have been a whole lot of references for something like that to just Google search. That is why I just kind of went straight to, all right, here, just make me something with this in it. Now, it took a couple of permutations. I think this is like number 3 or something like that. Had to make alterations to it. I'm tempted here to strengthen that top line and also this one a little bit more. Again, that's why I put that yellow there, right? Because it's got this cooler green around it, and then we put this yellow here. So again, a contrast, temperature contrast, warm versus cool. Still working with this much darker color here. I think maybe we'll make you. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, that was kind of a little weird right across that line. Into our dark right there. Yep. Maybe not have that as here. I don't think. Nah, that's a little too thick up there. Let's make that a bit thinner. Almost did too much. This is another line that got kind of verschmizzled there. Let's de-verschmizzle that. Back into the corner there. This little bit up here. Sharpen that up too good. Down on our little dudes over here on the bottom. Might even make something like spears, because even in our very first one here, one of the nifty things about these is that was just a wide open space. So I just painted that in. There's nothing sculpted there. See those plants over on the other side there? That's not sculpted in. That was just painted in there, and we're kind of doing that down here with these spears. I think that's a good idea. I'm gonna maybe reinforce these even more. Because the other thing that does is it kind of breaks through the wispiness going on there as well. Yeah, that really, I like that little bit there. Just makes these guys look more like they're kind of an advancing Army of the Dead type of thing there. Yep, we got it going here. And let me get a little more of the phthalo green stuck in here. A little more dark under our undead horsey there. We'll maybe try to make these two have a little bit more Light going on with them too. Yeah. You know what? I'm just going to darken that. We need more simplification over there. Yeah, there's just too many different things going on in too small of an area. More, yeah, here, let me darken this up here above our little undead zoomorph there. Yeah, I'm just going to darken you down to, yep. I was trying to get a little mid-tone in there. It's like, nah, I think we just need it to be darker behind those guys. And again, now programming note for, well, the second stream today, which will be our, I guess you could say, official Halloween stream. I'll be painting, I think I got at least 5 Army of the Dead. There might be more, but I know I think there's at least 5 of them. And again, I never did get to paint those when we were doing some of our other Army of the Dead because there was all kinds of crazy weather stuff going on. And we had to cut that stream. Yeah, it was supposed to be like twice as long of a stream. So we'll get the rest of those lads painted up. Which means we're going to be using a whole bunch of, well, the exact same colors that we were using here, including our fluorescent green, our floral yellow. Those will return to the palette again. And these Army of the Dead, those will be from Papal 3D. A lot of our stuff lately, if you check out the Instas, you'll see that White Tree of Gondor diorama. And guess what? The Papal 3D for that diorama. Our Urukai army that we did earlier in October, also Papal 3D. Not too much later as it gets towards this border here. We don't want to do too much there. Also, I might. Oh, let me grab this phthalo green here. Ah, there we go. There's a much. We're not about changing the value there. It's just about getting a much cooler green there. Much cooler green here now. Whoa, look at that. You can really see it there. It intensifies that color nicely. It's much less to do with any kind of value stuff. It's all about intensifying, cooling down that color. So that green is a little warmer. That green is cooler. The warmer green will come forward. Alright, we'll see you later there, Camda. Thank you so much for being here. And again, I'll try to, happy Halloween, and I'll try to get you some more of these new images as soon as I can. Because there's, well, I'm going to be creating, again, more of them after the stream. Also going to be filming that Vehicles Workshop episode. I don't know, was that going to be like Series 8 or something? It's hard to believe Vehicles Workshop is already Series 8. I mean, this one here was Series 2. Right here. So this vehicle was a lot about freehand and also kind of painting with primer. So see you later there, Camda. Oh yeah, look at that. Very much a cooler green there, and we'll chuck some of this down in here. On these guys, mix them again, though. Hopefully a little bit more glowy even. Now this brush here, is a very smushy, soft brush, and I need that for doing something like this. It's not something I would want to do use for detail type things necessarily, like doing freehand or whatever. That would be the liner brushes, which are a much stiffer bristle. Here I am looking for the softer bristle. Because again, that helps me do a little bit of a little teensy bit of wet blending in there. So that again, this is kind of helping to reinforce that cooler color there in that part of our border. Now we got here. Let's make sure we're not creating any little holes in our stuff that we're painting there. Same deal here again with that. See that cooler green right there? We got warm and cool greens all over the place, balancing out with each other. And the more phthalo green is in there, I mean, I guess you could say it sort of darkens it down a little bit too, but this is all about the color temperature here. Yeah, same thing up here, doing that. Then over here, there's my Indian yellow and the phthalo green. So those combine, and the Indian yellow again. That is that really intense, really translucent, but also it's got that heavy. It's got that heavy consistency to it, so it takes a little bit more effort there to break down that paint to get it a bit thinner. One more round of tweaking that a little bit darker, so again we have kind of this. It looks like it's got almost like it's round. It's not round; it's completely flat. I mean, well, it's the whole thing. What we're doing, the challenge with the flats. I mean, I guess it's sort of like if it was a 2D painting, you were trying to maybe create a little bit more depth, a little more shape than what's actually there. So again, here, this is our much warmer green. That will go maybe up here in the helmet area. Nice to see you there, Gladius. How you doing? So happy Halloween there, Gladius. Again, this is very, very, very different from our Galadriel that we did last week. Much happier colors there. Ironically enough, though, this has more intense colors because we're using fluorescent greens there. And here's our, again, this is our Dark Queen Schmaladriel, and the primer on this was the same as this. Primed them both at the same time, so you can see how different that looks. And again, this is our Dark Queen Schmaladriel flat there. So Gladys, I hope that your painting stuff is going really well. We've been making lots and lots of improvements and evolutions on our flats. We also have ourselves a new Trench Crusade flat that we will be doing. It's again another one that I created myself. Well, of course, we always recommend Lord of the Rings, but there's also things like, say, Bolt Action, Victory at Sea, and of course, well, Victory at Sea would be used in things like our 1/1800 scale ships, like so. I would guess that, well, Conquest is way too much like Warhammer Fantasy, maybe for him then. Again, I don't know if it's say Sigmar or 40k or what it is that he's kind of had a lack of interest in now. But Bolt Action definitely is something that I would recommend. So everybody check out that link that Gladius just shared. Check out that link. So it looks like a link on X there. It's kind of the same thing we did up here. Now I'm doing a little bit of that on our zoomorphs down here. Maybe a touch more of our, again, this is our warmer green. Because if I leave that bluish green there and this is warmer, man, more separation there. And then here, this is trying to, again, that over and under, the intertwining not work. It's much more convincing if you've got that. Again, that kind of over and under type of thing going on. So Conquest is pretty neat there, Gladius. They've really come out with a whole bunch of new factions in the last year. I don't know if you saw the Ifrits and the Jinn that I painted for the Sorcerer Kings. Oh gosh, and that giant Rakashar figure. Yeah, that really big kitty there. Oh my gosh, that was and that was interesting because that was the experiment with the water washable oils. I'm wondering, wonder if I do that. Oh, yeah, you know what? I might do that with this new vehicle. Yes, make that an experiment in the water washable oils. Only because, well, I'm trying to, I have them. I gotta use them some ways, and we haven't done, I think that was the last guy we did with the water washable oils. And sometimes they can't actually dry uh, faster. It really does depend. They're not alkyds. They are not alkyds. Otherwise, they would just dry the same as just regular oil paints. And I think price-wise, Gladius also too. I think Conquest is a little bit easier on the pocketbook, maybe. I would say than, well, anything that's GW for sure. Yeah, so warmer greens in that too. Maybe a couple of them down there. Now let me get rid of this and let me go back to my tiny brush. This one. Oh yeah, glad, and that's like a hex-based game also. So that could be a real different sort of a flavor. I've never played it. I have no idea what it's like. So yeah, unfortunately, I could not say anything about that. Now, of course, a bolt action, that is definitely an affordable game. That you could have what would be considered, say, a large Warhammer style army and bolt action and pay the price of like one monster or something like that for any 40k or Warhammer or whatever. Whoops, up here is where I needed to be. I'm going to do that with my finger there. And intensify some of these higher surfaces a little more, especially as we get closer up towards the top of the overall design here. And yeah, all these flats, I made these all myself. Just like here's our Trench Crusade flat. Just made that start to finish by myself, including the STL file to print all of it. And I'm eventually going to be making all the files available to the patrons on the Patreon page. Just right now, I'm kind of waiting on that because, well, we're making so many new files, and we're also learning more and more about how to actually make the files. And yeah, oh, let's lighten up the side of that a little bit more too. Gladius, yeah, I had one of my, well, a few of my armies was Free French, but also Vichy French. One of the campaigns was going to be a campaign in Syria there. So you had Australians versus Vichy French there in New Zealand, sorry, and some New Zealanders in Syria. Well, I've got 17 different bolt action armies, so there's a bit to choose from. You know what? That maybe gets a little late. Oh, here, see on the front of this helmet too. Ah, there we are. Yeah, I like that. So again, when we first started on this 4 hours ago, it was just like a dark bluish gray primer. We started out with some sort of mid-range, lighter dry brush stuff. Then did some glazing in there, mostly pinline wash type stuff. And then as that would set, not dry, but set, because none of this here is dry. We could pretty much wipe almost all of this away if we wanted to, especially if we employed a little bit of our thinner. Maybe get, yeah, a little extra light on the edge of that, of his hood there, whatever. And I might try to find a bit more light on the top of this zoomorph here. Yeah, like that. Now you can see all of this stuff kind of looks like it flows now a little bit more. Oh, well, that's something that I'm ever working on. And, well, spilling thinner is never really a big deal because that's all the thinner I've got. I mean, so it's a little water bottle cap or, something again like this. So that there's not a whole lot of thinner to spill in the first place. Now the brush cleaner, that's a little bit different. This has been spilled on the palette a couple of times because the brush cleaner is sitting right next to the palette, so that has happened. But yeah, as far as getting on the center, getting on the miniature, that is unlikely given the lack of it. Not a ton of it. And again, we're just using our fabulous Winsor Newton brush cleaner that also, guess what, it works for acrylics too, not just for oil paints. Trying to lighten up the top edge of that a little bit later there, and then maybe, yeah, there we go. Get some more of our reflected light to make that look just a little teensy bit rounder. Touch later that brings that part of his helmet forward now, I think. A little touch of light on the top of that, bottom of that, and then maybe a few more little chainmail highlights there. That's it. Couple more bits of light on our knot work over on this side. Maybe this top of this. Also this over here. Touch down there. And well, I do think since we've got to film a video immediately after this, we're going to preserve some of the voice because while we still have to do another stream later today. Yeah, we're going to stream twice, film a video, plus do Halloween all in one day. That's going to be interesting. I do want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. I want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids, because we had some of those too. And yes, indeed, the same colors be back on the palette because guess what? We're going to be doing actual Army of the Dead miniatures. Kind of appropriate for Halloween. So thank you so much, Arid, for being here. Take care and have fun on your stream tomorrow there, or later today and tomorrow. And thanks, Armored Wolf, for doing all those moderations. Going to get that raid countdown underway here. So again, this was super fun, and it started out just like this. That primer right there led to this. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you later today. Happy Halloween.